very underserved and much needed. Our focus today is going to be on employment for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We've got an exciting lineup of presenters. And we've got Trisha here from, you all received the bios yesterday, but Trisha's here from the States, and we've got Sushma here, we've got Sangeeta, Shalu, and other presenters will be coming. Ketki, where's she? Hi, Ketki. All of whom have done immense amount of work in the space of employment. We're here to learn from each other and hopefully start a forum where we can start collaborating and build this. We hope this will be one of many to come. So with that, let's go ahead and start. We will have Sushma presenting first, just giving us an overview of employment in India. Especially with regards competitive, but you'll be talking about both supported and competitive integrated employment. We're hoping today to move towards more integrated employment, but Sushma will give us an overview of all. We will have time for questions at the end, maybe about 10 minutes. You'll also have a panel discussion, and there's also scope to interact during lunch and after tea. So keep your questions with you. We'll hopefully get a chance to answer all of them. After that, we'll have different team members from different organizations presenting about the work that they do. You may not, it's a short presentation, so you may not have time to have questions, but we will have a panel discussion after that, so you will get a chance to have those. And then we will have Trisha and Tim presenting. Tim, unfortunately, is not well, so he's presenting online today, but you'll have Trisha here, and both will be presenting about customized employment that's been around in the US for a couple of decades, I think. And that we're hoping to bring, Gateway's trying to bring in, and I know a few other organizations are working with customized employment here too. All right, so with that, let's start. I'm very happy to have here with us Dr. Sushma Nagarkar. Sushma is the founder of Yash Charitable Trust. It's an NGO that works with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And their vision is that young adults get to choose and work in a society with dignity and respect. Sushma has done extensive work in the US and in India with many organizations, including Gateway. Sushma, we're very happy to have you with us today. We've got an online audience too. This will track you. So I'm going to move out of the spotlight now and hand it over. Thank you.
Thanks, Radhika. Do I really need this? I do. Oh, okay. Well, and I need the presentation too. Yeah. Good morning and thanks, Radhika. Happy to be back at Gateway again. A lot going on here, and I'm really, really excited for everything I hear. The charge that I've been given is to do an overview, and this is not an easy task in India, but I'm going to try and just give you where we are right now with employment as far as our population goes and what the challenges are. And those are, well, as we all know, many. So let's just go ahead and get started. As Radhika mentioned, please ask questions. I may not have all the answers, but at least we can collectively find them. Which one do I press? This one? Left hand button. Nothing happened. No. Right hand button. Okay. Okay. So just to set the context for us as we move forward in what we're talking about during the entire day. The latest official figures that we have here in India is the census of 2011. Now, during that time, of course, it was a household survey, as we know, and they went around from house to house across the country. And it was established that there are about 2.68 crore individuals with disabilities. Now, the important thing to note here is that they only actually enumerated 8 different disabilities. I don't know what the other category refers to, but as far as the population we talk about, intellectual and developmental disabilities, they didn't actually desegregate them. So everyone with probably a developmental disability fell under the category of intellectual disability, or as they call it, mental retardation, I would assume. Not 100% sure about that. And I don't know if the surveyors were even trained at the time. I did read a government document that said this was about 0.2 of those who were identified had intellectual disability. And that would amount to, I think, about 536,000, which probably is not quite correct, but that's the figure we have to work off of right now. Now, as is known, males were more outnumbered the women in this survey. And then there were far more again, as we know, because 80%, or I think that's 80% of India's population lives in the rural areas, and therefore far more in the rural than in the urban environments. Am I doing this right? Maybe not. I need help. Am I pressing the wrong button or what? Okay. Wrong way. Okay. Interestingly, about 55% of these that they surveyed, persons with disabilities, had literacy skills. And again, there's this difference between the men and women, not surprising. But again, when we look at this, it is the disability, the categories of disability that they covered. A very small margin was PwDs, or the population we talk about. Again, 1/3 of these were said to be employed. We don't know what that meant at that time. So more recently, there's a very good booklet that Dasra has published. It's called Count Me In. Many of you may have seen it. It's available freely online. They report that about 3% or 1.39 of, I'm sorry, 3% of India's population, so 3% of then 1.39 billion, live with either an intellectual disability, autism, Down syndrome, or any of the other so-called developmental disabilities that we have. Now, Dasra reports, and again, I would encourage you, those of you who are working in the space, to please go through that report. It's very well done. They report that there's a continual lack of involvement, lack of inclusion that happens. And, working on human rights issues and things like that is an ongoing problem. So education, of course, is a big issue. Still have a lot of special schools. I'll get to that, as well as is employment for our population. Oh, wrong way. I'm sorry. Yeah. Just to set the context for where we are today, it is really important for us to go back into the history of the country. So I would, again, I'm not a student of history, but around, I would say 1700s, 1800s, when the missionaries started coming into the country, they started setting up in big institutions. They started picking up people off the streets that were identifiably disabled. So these would be persons with visual impairments, people who were obviously orthopedically challenged, those with profound intellectual disabilities, those with obvious mental illnesses. All of these people were picked up and housed in the institutions that the missionaries ran. And the charity model, which is this model of disability, says that these people need help, need protection, need to be safe, need to be looked after. And in many parts of the country, such institutions still exist. Not that that's good, bad. I'm not making a judgment call as such, but this is what a lot of people operate out of, or even off. The mindset is still very much take care of them. No? Which one am I pressing? I don't know. Could you do it? So I don't waste time. So we have the Cheshire Homes as being one of those that still exists. Now, I have to say about the Cheshire Homes is that they have sort of branched out from the pure charity model. They are doing a lot more than just housing, protecting, keeping people safe. So that's a good thing. The other one that we have, which of course we all know about, is another example would be the Missionaries of Charity. Yay, I'm not the only one. is the missionaries of charity who also take in and house persons with disabilities even now. In about the 50s, the medical model of disability sort of originated. And what the medical model says is that the person is the problem. The person has something wrong with them. The person needs to be cured. The person needs to be fixed. The person needs to be rehabilitated. Largely, and I'm just going to put myself out there saying this, but largely this is still the prevalent model in our country today. There are many, many special schools. There are many, many sheltered workshops who operate off of this model. And just as an aside, when we started our work in Yash Charitable Trust, we were very clear with our vision and mission and what we didn't want to do, which was frame our work within the medical model. We knew we didn't want to do this. So a lot of even parents who come to us today, they will talk not about their child as a person, but their child about the disability and about what the child cannot do. And this is where we, even at the level of the families, have to start conversations about, so tell us what the strengths are. Tell us what your child likes to do. We all know what your child can't do, but we really need to hear the other side of it. So as I said, many special workshops, sheltered workshops, and many special schools still exist. And this is also, by the way, has something to do with the government, but I'll come to that again. We go forward. Next slide. So typically the model in sheltered workshops very quickly is somebody enrolls in the workshop post-school, so post-18. There's a system. So you have various activities that are conducted. Those products of the workshop that the workshop makes are typically sold then in exhibitions. All of us have been to them, supported them. Dilkhush, we operate and live down the road from Dilkhush. We go there twice a year and buy their products to support them. So all of us have done that. That's typically the model that exists. Now we have also had, and I'm sure some of you others who are working in the space we've had a lot of individuals come to us from sheltered workshops. And the reason they've not wanted to go back there is because they're just bored. For one thing, we're trying to fit that square peg into a round hole, which means that we're trying to fit the person into the system that exists. So we make agarbattis and candles and diyas and greeting cards and paper bags and soap and phenyl and whatever else, Rakhis during Rakhi season, lamps or diyas during Diwali and so on. And individuals get bored. And we've had many, many families come and report, do you have anything else? So this is a problem again, but again, this is what exists. Can you back? Sorry about this, guys. So the medical model, again, when it focuses on the people, this is my daughter Aarti, by the way, who also is a person with autism, will focus on what she can't do. So she's autistic. She has a low IQ. She can't comprehend. She has very poor motor skills. She gets violent when she's around loud noises and so on and so forth. How do we question that the medical model will ask is, how do you cure? How do we fix? How do we rehabilitate her? This is what the medical model will ask, and this is what we operate off of largely. Next. In 2006, the United Nations had a convention, the UNCRPD for short, where India also participated and is a signatory. And the whole focus changed towards a human rights-based approach, also endorsing what we call the social model of disability. So what the social model of disability does is, next, it respects that each one of us has strengths and weaknesses. Each one of us has something that is positive and something that we all need support in. India signed on to this along with 80-something other countries. And what it forced us to do was revisit our laws. And this was probably the best thing that could have happened to us. The reason being that we had to revisit what was then the Persons with Disabilities Act of 1995, we had to revisit that and come up with a new law that was in line with what the CRPD was saying. I'm sorry, what the CRPD was advocating, which is that treat the person within the context of the social framework, and treat the person and as to what that person would need. How do we change the environment to suit what the person needs? And that was a huge change for us. So in 2016, sorry, somebody's. I don't know what to do. Okay, can you go on? So in 2016, we were forced to make changes, and the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act came into being. Now, the whole focus of the act was different. It changed and was written very rightly so within the framework of the social model of disability. And if any of you read the act, there's a very short document. I would encourage, of course, parent advocates, all of you, please go through that document, because it really talks about disability in the way we want it spoken about, which is how do we support individuals? How do we give them the dignity and respect that they need to function in our communities? And how do we respect their choices? How do we respect the fact that they need their freedom of choice as well? So this was a huge change for us. And yeah, so again, when we look at the RPWD, we look at it through the lens of the social model. So if we look at Aarti again, you look at the strengths that Aarti brings to the table. And then the question that we ask is, how do we support her? That would be the question that even the RPWD says you need to ask. And again, this is very, very powerful in the larger context of where we are. Is there one slide? Okay, sorry. Go ahead. So the RPWD, just to give you some background, is housed under the Department of Empowerment of Disabilities, Persons with Disabilities, which is under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. There are 3 acts that we need to be aware of, again, as professionals and parents in the field. RPWD is the latest of these. We have the National Trust Act, which is set up for persons with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and multiple disabilities. I don't know why the government won't get their act together and get rid of that awful term. And I don't see that happening anywhere in the near future, though, because all their government literature also says mental retardation. Again, we need to do something. And then there's the Rehabilitation Council Act, which again governs the work and what we need to know in this field. So the National Trust Act, sorry, I just had to put that out there. The objective of the act, again, is to help persons with disabilities live in the community with dignity and to provide opportunities, provide protection, and for all of us to register, those of us who work in the field to register. Even registering, and maybe the other guys here, Sonali, all of you may have different experiences. It's a nightmare to try and register. It's a nightmare. The other key piece is they encourage the appointment of guardians. Now, again, this is contrary to what the RPWD says, but I'll just come to that. Parents who are here, I hope you guys are talking about and thinking of guardianship anyway. The next act, the Rehabilitation Council of India Act in 1992, this is again done with a good reason. So it's trying to get a common platform, common standards. Some of you may be special educators, you've got your RCI certification. When I came back from the United States in 2013, in my wisdom, I went to Delhi to try and find out how to register under this act. The person told me, yeah, you've got a specialist degree. I've got a specialist degree in school psychology. I can work anywhere in the United States. I can also do private practice in some states. I can't register under the this act. I can't register under the RCI Act. They went back to my master's degree, which was decades ago, and my actual degree is even like sort of really old. And they said, you have to submit that. I said, I've got a PhD. Does that not mean anything? I teach online classes. I'm a professional. No, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's just ridiculous the way this thing is set up. And I don't know, Radhika, Bindya, whether you guys have had this. You all haven't registered? Oh, terrible. So I gave up. I registered, did what I was supposed to do, and I just gave it up. In other words, to hell. I mean, sorry, excuse my language. But it's really difficult. Now, the key piece here is also the RPWD is a step up in the right direction as far as guardianship goes. What the National Trust Act says is that our guys with autism, mental retardation, cerebral palsy, multiple disabilities cannot take care of themselves, don't have a voice. Ultimately, that's what it says. What the RPWD says, on the other hand, is that let's aim for limited guardianship, which means that where your person needs support, you assume that role. Help them get those pieces in place where they need the support and where there may be some need for somebody else to step in. So this is in contrary to I wouldn't say contrary, RPWD is definitely better, more in tune with what we should be doing. So it's really the guardianship under the NTA is really obsolete now, but again, we have to do it. RPWD again focuses on 21 different disabilities. It's fantastic that they've changed the language, but on websites, it's still mental retardation. Funnily enough, autism is under intellectual disabilities in the RPWD, and so is specific learning disabilities is under intellectual disabilities. Never have understood that, but that's the way it's been written up. Nobody asked us. But so, unfortunately, it's there, it's on paper. And that's in 21 states, and I couldn't find a later figure than the one in 2019, which says that only 21 states have established rules. What does this mean? That means that in Maharashtra, for example, which is one of the states that has not framed rules, that if you actually have difficulty and need to go up to the disability commissioner and fight for your rights, there are no rules in place to do that. And that's a problem. So only 21 states have noted, and this is 21 states out of 28 states and 8 union territories, mind you. So that's 36. So this is 21 out of 36, which is not enough. So as Arman Ali writes, it's really, a lot of it is really on paper. Disability is not that important, particularly not to our state government, since they haven't yet framed the rules. What RPW does do is mandate that government assisted and owned and controlled, establishments do set aside 5% for all 21 disabilities. Out of that 5%, 1% has to be for any of these listed disabilities. Now, what does that mean to us? Anyone want to take an educated guess? So I got a call from a very, very well-known multinational a couple of weeks ago. She said, do you have any people with orthopedic needs who have orthopedic impairments in your database? I said, why are you asking, Anusha? She says, no, we've got some vacancies that we have to fill. So I said, but we've got educated graduates with autism in our database. She said, no, we have wheelchairs that we need to use. And I was flabbergasted, but I couldn't convince her otherwise. The point is that people will choose persons with blindness, hearing impairment, locomotor over our guys. And that's just, again, a reality of where we are. So this is there, again, on paper. That's been my experience anyway. Another strange concept that's mentioned in the RPWD is this whole notion of benchmark disabilities. And I'll just come to that in the next slide. But also there is reservation for giving them land, encouraging business, encouraging those kinds of things, which is good. Next slide. Yeah. So what a benchmark disability is, and Darren's mom very kindly shared his UDID card. Another nightmare is getting this UDID card. It has to be at least 40% of any disability that is listed in the RPWD. Now, the problem with this is that the way they have framed rules for assessing are again a big question mark. For example, under the RPWD, when we have to assess children or adults for intellectual disability, we have to use a very archaic test that's no longer even in publication. And that test has a lot to do with the observations conducted of the child. I won't go into the details of that. But there is a large component of this that then depends on the person who's actually conducting the test. And that is a problem. So Darren here has 50% of the benchmark disability, so he would qualify, in other words, for a job. When Aarti was taken to JJ Hospital, don't know how many of you have been to any of the public hospitals to get your disability certificates. We had just come back from the US. Now you can imagine, this girl has spent the 10 years prior to that in fairly clean environments. JJ Hospital, the crowds, the just jostling in that line to get her registered with the 10 rupee OPD card. She was traumatized, to say the least. More importantly, when we went to the psychiatry department to get her assessed, the psychologist gave her one subtest of what they use then, which was another test called the Mullins. And she asked me a couple of questions. She looked at Aarti, who looks disabled, and then she said to me, done. I said, that's it? You're done with the testing? She said, yeah, she'll qualify. So she's got mental retardation on her certificate back then in 2013 when they didn't have autism listed. And she met 75% criteria of disability based on one subtest. So this is again a big issue with the way we work, but heck, if she's going to get what she needs to get, it's fine. She can now travel on the BEST bus if she chooses free. She gets train concessions. She gets all kinds of other things that she can avail of. She gets insurance under the National Trust Act for up to 1 lakh. Doesn't take us very far these days, but again, all of those things are available to her because she's got 75% disability based on one subtest. Couldn't care less. Again, the RPWD puts the focus on the government. Now, I have to tell you that all the multinationals and all of those big guys who are actually employing, and some of you have lots of experiences with them, they're not mandated by the government to do this. They do it on their own, which is fantastic. So the government has to provide, the nationalized banks are supposed to provide loans and provide all of these options. Is the local agencies should be doing all this. But again, if there are no rules in Maharashtra, how are we going to get this in place? That's the problem. Every establishment, which is a good thing, has to set an equal employment, equal opportunity policy. And it has to be registered, regardless of whether we've got rules in place or not. So everyone has to do this. And then you have to have a grievance officer in your staff. So this is again something for those of you whose children might be employed or looking for employment. You need to know these things, that they have to do this by virtue of the RPWD. Now, Maharashtra, last year on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, launched a ministry for the Divyang. They say proudly it's the first of its kind. Their objectives are all great. There's tons of money that's been allocated. And don't know where it is, actually. There's no website. But any of you live in South Bombay, if you all can just make a trip somewhere near the Bombay University and find out where it is, it would be interesting to go and check it out. Incidentally, there's been a lot of pushback for this word, Divyang. I don't know how many of you appreciate it or don't appreciate it. It was coined by our dear Prime Minister. I don't know when, a couple of years ago. And everyone in the disability community, even though I'm not, I mean, I'm just working in this community, strongly object to the use of this word. It's not going to change. It's there everywhere. But even the UNCRPD, got into the sort of the debate about this. We do have to accept our persons as just being diverse. They're not godly. They don't have. I mean, Aarti certainly doesn't have any qualities like that. But I don't know why the need. But who knows? Other initiatives in Maharashtra is also they have this portal called the Mahasharat. This is going back in time, guys. Check it out, because all they have on that portal is persons with disabilities listed and then a donation button. I don't know what that's going to get us, but this exists. This is there. We have got policy for persons with disabilities in place, but we don't have the rules. And when I go back to saying the rules, the policy is all fine. Again, it's on paper. But when you actually have to go to the Commissioner of Disabilities, I've been to their office, it's in Pune. Lovely old building. There's nothing in place to say, follow the mandates of the law. What does Maharashtra say? How do we follow the law? Check out websites of Kerala, Himachal Pradesh. They've got wonderful rules in place that you can actually take and advocate. And this is where we're too busy fighting the Shiv Sena and everyone else. Okay. So this is what the portal looks like. There's donate buttons, and that's it. The CII has stepped in and done a phenomenal job of trying to promote our cause, and all kudos to them. I just have one peeve against them, which is I try to write to somebody and talk to somebody about what their plans are, and nobody responded. But they've got codes in place. They've got an actual website for jobs. There's not much there, but still, at least they have the website in place. And then they've got a lot of material, a lot of both advocacy material in place, as well as good practices, sort of manuals that describe what those good practices might be. And so they're really working hard to promote diversity in the corporate workspaces, which is fantastic. This is what the website for these special ability jobs looks like. As I said, there's not much there, but it's available. It's available. And these publications are also available freely online. So I would, again, encourage you to do it. The values access, the values route really points out why it makes a lot of business sense, which I think some of you have dealt with. Aradhana Lal from Lemon Tree, she will say that it makes a lot of business sense to employ persons with disabilities at Lemon Tree. So all of these are freely available again on their website or one of their websites. And I would encourage you to look at this if you're looking at what that looks like. The Skill Council for PwDs is another initiative of the government again. Now, the only reason that I put this up here is because under that tab that says training resource, there are 3 wonderful publications about how you work with persons with autism, intellectual disabilities in the workplace. What are those things that you need to look at? What are the accommodations that you need to look at? Very nicely written documents. So I would, again, those of you who are working in the space or even parents, visit that training resource tab on this website. So they, again, I mean, it's all geared towards focusing and finding jobs for persons, well, skilling and finding jobs. But if you go to the job role list, go ahead. Very few listed for our population again. Most of these are for the other disability categories. Then there's the National Handicapped Finance and Development. I don't know if anyone has had anything to do with this. Again, loans at very low rates for persons with disabilities. We were at the US consulate a couple of months ago where we were doing something for IPWD related to that. I met them he was somebody who worked in the ministry in Bombay. He gave me his card. I haven't been able to contact him since. No response to email and certainly no response to any cell phone, but it exists. This exists. I don't think very many people are availing of it that we know of anyway. Just a couple of examples of parents are not really opting for this because I asked around of how many people have actually taken loans. Usaid, many of you know, I know, brilliant, talented, wonderful individual, fantastic family. Joined McCann. He's computer designer, programmer, something very, very talented in multiple respects. Anyway, he joined McCann, had a very long work day, and his whole life at that time just focused around the work day. So it was a 12-hour shift, lots to do, lots of gray areas by way of what he had to do. Had difficult time actually, he's a person with autism, difficult time actually finding out what exactly the job involved. Mother had to be involved a lot of the times to help him through this process. He quit McCann. Just go back. He quit McCann and now is working independently on his own as a contractor, and he takes on orders, takes on contracts to do what he does, which is design, graphic design, I think it is. But he's got his own setup now. So he works on his own. I asked Mom, did you even apply or look for funding or loans or anything? What is the future plan? She says, again, the same thing, that there's just too much red tape involved. We're going to take it day by day and see where we get with this. But it's not an option that we are even considering right now. But he's doing well, working on his own. He's got time to himself. He dances and does all kinds of things in his free time. Varun is another one. Many of you may know him, India's only marathoner, I think, with autism. Got a graduate degree, got a bachelor's degree from the college in Goregaon, and COVID hit, couldn't find a job. Now has set up his own business, Bake and Flake. Again, it is a parent who's helping him set this up, has set it up, and now they're looking to expand the business. Same question to the parent, did you try to get some funding or any support from the government? No. We're just going to do it on our own. The point that I'm trying to make is that it really takes, us to do these things apart from the government. Unfortunately, that is the state of affairs right now. So Varun's doing really well with his Bake and Flake initiative. One more example, Aditi here is set up Aditi's Corner. I think it's in Belapur. And then she's got a separate one in the NIEPD, I think, what is it? National Institute of whatever. She's got 2 outlets. Spoke to the mom the other day. Mom happened to be in Delhi at the time. I asked her, because setting up an outlet like this, which is a cafe, by the way, setting up a cafe, and we know a lot of work, a lot of resources. Checked in with mom about, again, availing of government schemes. Mom said, no, we're not going down that. It's just too difficult to do. So again, parents are doing it on their own, but wonderful initiative here. The research will tell you, and this is just one example done in Hyderabad, that we continue to have significant difficulties. We continue to have, our people, persons with intellectual developmental disabilities, are by the wayside. There's a lot more that needs to be done. So there's a lot of discrimination. And what they did find in this research study, which I can share with anyone who's interested, is that education was a big factor. So, when you have the degree or when you have the education to back you up, it makes life a little bit easier, but certainly long way to go. So where are we going from here? We still continue to be marginalized. We're still struggling, and employment is a huge issue. As Naushad Dadrawala, love him. Some of you may have had occasion to listen to him. Powerful, very, very dedicated to the cause. He keeps saying in every one of his talks that we actually, the NGO sector, are friends of the government. The government doesn't really recognize that. They treat us as hostile. So we have to step in India where the government does not or is not able to. And that's where I hope the initiative that Gateway has sort of created today, and one of many more, is that we will be able to work together towards filling in these very vital gaps for all our kids. And that's what I have. That's my hope. Questions? We can do questions. I mean, I know this is. In Hindi? Help. Why do we have to use anything at all? I don't know. Someone else, please take that question. What would be the preferred alternative to Divyang? I'd say anything would be a preferred alternative at this point. Oh, yeah, somebody? Anyone? Does that person have an idea?
Disability is a preferred word in English.
So what would we tell that guy or lady or whoever that is? They've changed Viklang to Divyang. It used to be Viklang.
It's something more like physical than.
Why can't we just say diversity? Anyone? We have to answer the question. Sorry? Oh, absolutely. Ask the individual. I like that. Tell them to suggest a word. I don't know. Correct.
Why not like categorize him or her with a standardized term better than ask him or her what is a term to be addressed or which we should address them.
I don't know whether that would satisfy the person, but I agree with you.
And also like the idea of uplifting the identity of disability rather than considering it as something.
You said uplifting.
Like we have also seen like scholars who are saying that we can uplift the identity of dignity, I mean disability as an identity as a part of the diversity in itself.
I don't like the word uplifting. Who gives me the right to uplift anyone?
But considering the current circumstance we are in itself.
Yeah. You know, you guys, I mean, are there more questions? I just want to say a recent revelation for me, and you guys may already know this, but persons with autism or autistic persons, there are a lot of people out there who are very clear in their minds how they want to be addressed. And it is very, very important now to me is when I meet a person with autism that I ask them, how would you like to be addressed? Because there are those who will say, I'm autistic and I'm proudly autistic. Whereas me, coming from a person-centered framework, would say, you know, that person is a person with autism. But this was very important. And now it's common practice for me to do this. I don't know if you all have had similar experiences with any other question? Oh, sorry. Okay.
My name is Dan.
Hi.
And I'm a non-binary person, and I'm also autistic. I just had questions and also thoughts to share. When you specifically said that during the beginning of the presentation that the positives need to be looked at more than the person, what the person can't do. But personally feeling that sometimes being aware of what the person, for example, your daughter herself gets violent or disturbed when there are noises. I do too. I have sensory auditory processing issues, and I get stressed and I have panic attacks very often. So wouldn't that be like, if that, or if all these things are considered in a work environment of that person, then we'll be able to better support that person, because reducing noise levels and things like that wouldn't be more helpful for that person to thrive in that environment?
100%. 101%. So very early on, Dan, when I was doing this, well, not very early on, but a couple of years ago, we were supporting a young man who had got a job in a small company in New Bombay. So I'd gone out to the company to see what something wasn't working in the environment. And it was very clearly, we found out, he was a person with autism, but highly educated person with autism. I mean, not but highly, also highly educated. He couldn't deal with the lights because he had fluorescent tube lights everywhere in that office. So the simple thing that we had to do was get him into an environment where they had subdued lights. And he did brilliantly. And that was all it took. But you're absolutely right. We have to be aware of how to support our people. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Also, I had something else to say when you talked about going to JJ and like how your daughter went through the process. I mean, if someone like me would go, they would just like not consider me as autistic at all. So even within the autistic community, the so-called, I mean, I don't like the term Asperger's because he was a Nazi, but yeah, the adult autistic community does not like that term, because his idea was that the high functioning autistics deserve to live, and the low functioning so-called who needed more support did not deserve to live. And that's not something that we should advocate for. So we don't go with the term, but yeah. So even within the community, people who have less needs, who do not look autistic, or are like verbal and are not supported more than the ones who are visibly autistic. So that's been my struggle all my life.
Have you got your disability certificate or no?
No,
you haven't tried.
No, I am a trans person. I would like to say that most females and trans people are always underdiagnosed because of whatever we show our autistic traits differently than boys do. And I don't have familial support because of who I am as with my gender. So there is no support as such. And 3 years ago, just before lockdown, while I was going through a lot of autistic burnout, which I didn't know it was autistic burnout that time, my therapist and I together went on this journey where we realized that I am on the spectrum. So that is the only way I know that I am autistic. Other than that, I do not want to pursue it because I don't feel like the system is anyways going to help me. Getting a diagnosis is going to be a nightmare and expensive. So yeah, I'm proudly self-diagnosed, but I don't care if nobody understands it, because just because a person does not get diagnosis does not mean they are not autistic or not disabled, right? So why do we have all these processes where I have to prove that I am disabled? Just if I can't prove, does that mean I'm not? No. So yeah.
Thank you. I will just say this, Dan, though, that you might, at some point want to consider it, because there are a lot of things that are good in terms of, and we need people like you to advocate, number one. Also that there are a lot of things that can happen because there's so much, and you're obviously smart and intelligent, and that if you ever think of getting a job in a multinational, you'd be able to get, well, I was just saying, or people like you, for example, you'd be able to get the job under their D&I quota. And that's a good thing. right? So you may want to, the government's put down again guidelines of how to identify persons with autism, but it is a struggle. It is a struggle to try and get it. It doesn't cost anything. So I'll correct you on that. It's free. Okay. Just to let you know. Yeah. Because there are also people who misuse the system and the resources get diverted. So there'll be fake people who will be taking the certificates and the genuine cases will not get it. And if people intelligent as you are in the system, they will understand others better and help them more. Yeah.
I'm like most of the time surrounded with a lot of noise. But I know how to regulate. But sometimes when I want to regulate, my regulatory practices are questioned. Why is Dan pacing in the class? Like, why is Dan wearing earplugs all the time? So although I am well aware of how do I regulate my issues, but others around are not. And it's kind of exhausting to be in a system and then, take that responsibility alone on your shoulder of making people aware that this is how I can thrive. I don't want to do great things. I just want to be a school teacher. That's all. Like, I don't want to do anything else, even though I know, because because like we all have autistic people. As an autistic person, I know I get way exhausted quicker and faster than like all the rest of you do. So I need to conserve my energy too, and I've realized that 3 years ago I didn't know this. I used to burn myself out working weekends, also doing side jobs and this and that, and I used to get exhausted, and there used to be months I couldn't do anything. I was depressed, I couldn't wake up. So I've gone through a lot, and I've realized that I do not have to push myself too far. This is how much I can do, this is how much I can contribute, and I need the time to rest. I don't go out on weekends, I don't go out after school, because I need that time to recuperate. So just
Any other questions, guys?
Yeah, if you want to frame it, Vivid Pragna. Pragna means knowledge. So different knowledge, diverse. We'll try to from. So this is not a question, my apologies. I'm just sharing what somebody with a diagnosis once said about how do you address a person. And this was years ago when I had just finished doing a sign language course. And I asked somebody with hearing impairment, how would you like to be addressed? And he said, we per se, people with hearing impairment, prefer the word deaf. And I said, why? Isn't it rude? Isn't it derogatory? Don't you feel not so good when we say he's a deaf person? And his argument was very valid. He said, because when you're signing that my dear friend here is a person with hearing impairment, he says you don't sign correctly. So, you're all over, your hands are all wrong, and you're saying person with hearing and then impairment. He said, you just signed hiccup. It's not impairment. He says, please stop all this. Use the word deaf. Use the sign deaf. We are totally okay with it. Yeah, because this is what it is. So don't go about it in a roundabout way, so long as you're respecting us, respecting our space, helping us get jobs, being our friend, hanging with us, it's cool. It doesn't matter what you say, but do not sign incorrectly. I'm not a person with hearing hiccups. So either case, I totally get it. So, people do have different perspective on how they want to be addressed.
Totally. And we need to be respectful of that. Yeah. And the sad thing is that we also have to educate parents. But anyway.
To show a slide, but I'll just ask, there was a slide where I was trying to understand, and I think it moved ahead. It was a slide where you said finally that it's government and private organizations. Usually it was the percentage and reservations within government institutions.
Right.
And just one different slide said that the next set of rules is for both government and private organizations. Can you just?
So there's an equal opportunity.
Yes.
You have to have an equal opportunity policy that applies to everyone, whether you're government or private. It applies to everyone.
But that's a policy document, and it doesn't necessarily
It
specify
doesn't mean
any
anything.
kind of
It doesn't say anything beyond
affirmative
that.
action or any kind of.
It just says you
okay.
have to have it and you have to register it with the commissioner in the state
All
or
right.
the chief commissioner in Delhi. But you can't mandate anyone to hire persons with disabilities.
Yes, that's what was
apart from
confusing
the
me.
government organizations.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. I just need to clarify.
So people do circumvent it. I mean, they'll have a policy in place and then they'll hire people with orthopedic impairments and this and that and the other. But such is the reality of our world. I'm sorry, the question? Yeah. Not necessarily, I don't know what your experiences have been, but not necessarily. It's just a mandate that comes from above. Like we have a cafe that we run in Accenture, for example. So I know those guys quite well. So it comes from the top the top leadership. They invest in D&I as a philosophy of encouraging, of expanding, not necessarily anything to do with their CSR. The CSR could be entirely separate.
So it's more of a diversity policy.
Diversity and
movement
inclusion
right now
policy that the, you know, that Accenture itself is now implementing.
Oh yeah, sorry. We've got breakfast served. You guys online can take a short break till 10:30. Feel free to chat. Please get yourselves equipped and ready for the next session where it's going to be all the presenters, different organizations presenting. Thank you.
Where should I stand here? Ready? Okay. All right, if you could please be seated. Thank you. Okay, I have the immense pleasure of introducing Shalu Sharma. Shalu is an experienced special educator, life skills trainer, expressive arts therapist, and a consultant with over 25 years of experience. Shalu is the founder of Evoluer Solutions, a consultancy that works towards promoting inclusion in mainstream workspaces. She works with key stakeholders, parents, enterprise, and educational organizations to help develop their inclusive practices. She also works with corporate and industry to help train and hire people with special needs. Currently, Evoluer has 80 students enrolled and 150 strong alumni. Shalu has been on the advisory board of the Autism Society of India and has represented India at international conferences across the world. Welcome, Shalu.
Thank you. And thank you for having me here. And what a great session we had earlier today to get an overview of policies and rights and acts that are in place and yet not in place in our country. A quick introduction to what Evoluer does. The underlying philosophy of Evoluer is to get our students, can we have the first? Sorry, I'll pick this up.
Yeah, so the underlying philosophy of Evoluer is to get our students, get our interns, get our wards ready for open employment. And very consciously, over the years, we have stayed away from the tried and tested models of what Sushma was mentioning in the morning of sheltered workshops. That is not our area of expertise. And we truly try and work towards inclusion within the community, within the workplaces, within educational systems. The skilling center, the offline center is in Gurgaon, where most of our students come for offline classes, but we do have a large presence online thanks to COVID. And I'll talk about that as well. What has worked for us is the simplicity of what we do, is trying to look at a student, trying to look at any intern who comes to us about what that person can do, trying to find somebody who needs that kind of a skill, and then trying to find the fit, and then trying to get somebody to pay them for doing what they do well. That should be a mantra for all of us, you know. Find out what you can do well, find out what you can do well and makes you happy, and then find somebody who can pay you for doing that. The areas that we've had fair amount of success have been both in large organizations as well as smaller organizations. And a very familiar organization is Microsoft, where 10 of our young students with intellectual disability and with autism went through a training and a mentorship program. Fairly successful because it did open up doors for recruiting people with intellectual disability and autism in Microsoft. They are an organization that is really strong in their D&I policies, but their focus largely has been on persons with orthopedic diagnosis, persons with hearing impairment / deaf, persons with vision impairment, and so on and so forth. But we did try to demystify the term intellectual disability and autism for them and try to get them to understand the benefits and the ease with which you can take people with autism,
but also the challenges, because everybody is not Rain Man. You do have people who will come with their own set of modifications and adaptations that will need to be dealt with. We've also worked very closely with Skill Council, and yes, they are doing a lot. They've been in place for the longest time, but it's recently that they have really started focusing their energies on people with intellectual disability and people with autism and so on and so forth. So yes, Skill Council has a long way to go, but they are doing some amazing work and are really open to listening to parents and organizations who worked at the ground level with people with IDD. One of the things that we put into place at Evoluer was ECOS. It is Evoluer's contemporary office services. And yes, you can see a familiar face there. He's one of the ex-students of Gateway. For me to be able to sell, not the right word, to be able to convince corporates and smaller and large organizations to onboard people with a diagnosis, I needed to prove it to myself. So ECOS is a small part of what Evoluer does. Currently, we have 7 young people, all with a diagnosis, cerebral palsy, autism, intellectual disability, Down syndrome, Asperger's, ADHD. And these are young men and women who are working for me, full-time employment, and all the back office work at Evoluer these young people handle, from getting the attendance on the drive, from making worksheets, for making test papers, voice transcriptions, report writing, accounts. And I truly believe that if a small organization like Evoluer can accommodate almost 25% of their staff with people with a diagnosis into the organization, there is no reason why a large organization, which I'm fairly sure have bigger visions than what Evoluer has, cannot do the same. So yes, this is a model that has worked for us really well, and it has given Evoluer the confidence to be able to take our program to larger organizations and say, hey, there's enough work. You just need to simplify, break down tasks, and figure out that one thing that you think a person with a diagnosis can handle very well. We also have an associate teacher in this group, and she supports our existing staff in delivering lessons. It's a very, it's not a school. We've very consciously tried to keep it like an office where it's very controlled. All the systems and processes are what they would encounter when they get to a workplace, right from signing in the names to punching the time out, time in, and how do they conduct themselves. So it's a very conscious step away from, hey, you're not in school anymore, you're getting ready for work environment. We work, this is a expressive art class. We work a lot on the so-called very non-tangible employability skills. So we are, I'll be talking about the challenges later or taking up questions. Parents tell us if he's not reading from a book or if he's not doing question answers and sums, what is he or she going to do? So that has been one of the key areas that we have tried to focus on, that how do you move away from reading, writing to literacy? How do you move away from math to understanding of time and money management and measurements and estimation? How do you move away from social studies to knowledge of the world? How do you move away from debating to understanding the other person's point of view and getting into conversation? So a lot of non-tangible, non-trackable goals and domains is what we focus on, which we feel are essential for anybody to get a job. All of us who've been in jobs for long enough know that after a certain point, it is not about your qualification or what you studied in school. It is about your self-management. It is about your communication. It is about you getting along with your immediate society and understanding how am I contributing to the larger scheme of things, feeling good about yourself and being happy in a workplace. So that is what we're trying to focus on. Can we shift the focus from getting a job to having a career? Because these are two very different things. For all the parents who are here, and from what Sushma mentioned about quotas, yes, the jobs are there. But what if that person knows that, yes, I've got a job, but there is a upward trajectory for me as well. That is this what I want to do? Is this what makes me happy? Am I getting along with my colleagues and so on and so forth? These are just some of the sessions that we offer. Executive function skills is something that is going to sustain us in life and at work. And when I talk about executive function skills, we are looking at flexibility, taking feedback, landing up on time, understanding another person's point of view, making a timetable, having realistic goals, having a timeline, knowing when to say no, asking for clarifications. These are all the skills that we are very consciously, through planned activities, worksheets, role plays, etc., we try and do with them. Then, of course, social skills, so much the need, especially once they leave school. And then their social group really just disintegrates because everybody moves on to various things. How do they then rebuild another social group, or how do they keep connected with the social skill that social group that they have left behind in school? And then, of course, financial literacy skills, time management, money management, so on and so forth. We talk a lot about gender sensitivity because it's a big thing once they get into a workplace. Some of our students don't straight away go to a workplace, but it's like a gap year program that they take and get into college. These are the skills that they would need to navigate their way in college as well. It's very different from a sheltered environment of the school. We're just trying to get them ready for it. Information and technology, physical fitness, and industry specific skills. One of the ways that the program really works for us is we do a lot of outbound trips. We travel to the hills, we travel to cities, we travel out of the country, we do just fun trips, we do very specific gender sensitization trips where we have volunteers who come in, and we do have very focused corporate engagement trips as well. Because I feel a lot of their learning then comes from being away from home, and we get to see strengths that we never knew or the parents never knew were there. And we also get to see areas of gaps that nobody has addressed up till now because it was being taken care of at work. So outbound trips have been one of the core strengths of our program, where right from planning to Googling to figuring out means of transport to booking the tickets to packing to negotiating who you want to stay with, what are the activities you want to do. So it's a great opportunity. It's like a real life project that will train you for life. Recently, one of our very successful trips was we took 12 young people, how ambitious of us, to Singapore. And they spent a day at Microsoft. They spent a day at Zopa, which is an online platform that supports people get jobs and maintain jobs. We spent a day at the SG Enable Village, which is a great place. It's one of the most accessible place that Singapore has to offer. And I thought for them to dress up formally and know that they're going for an official visit rather than just a fun holiday was great. And they figured out that there's going to be no visit and going to Jurong, but all that is not going to happen. They're going there for work, and they prepared for 2 months before we visited them. They were preparing for a presentation. They talked about the scene of diversity and inclusion in India. They talked to them about what is it that they want in a workplace, which was quite fantastic. And they spent a day at the APSN Center for Adults, which is a vocational training center. We visited the Microsoft Experience Center, which is quite a coveted visit. Not many people have access to that. And the travel was fun too. We also have recently started a residential program. Again, a familiar face. And it is a little different. At least I truly like to believe that, from the existing assisted living programs, because this is not assisted. It is a flat, it's a service apartment in a gated community, and the students live there by themselves, just like any executives who are working in any MNCs would. So they live by themselves. Yes, there is somebody to give them support where the food and all is concerned, but they travel by themselves, they hang out, they party and do all kinds of fun stuff And sometimes they pull me out at night and say, we want coffee, come pick us up and let's go somewhere. And that's fun too. And some weekends they will text me that, hey, we are going to the bird sanctuary. And how are we going? Oh, we got somebody to drive us. And I think it's great. So it's taking inclusion in the community as well. Yeah, and trusting that they can be on their own and they will find ways to occupy themselves, and they will reach out if they can't. And if they want to be on Netflix for 5 hours, it's okay. That's what a young person who's 18, 20, 24 would do anyway. So knowing how much you need to intervene in somebody who's really trying to discover themselves and work and be cool is also very important. And I get a lot of flack from parents regarding that. The kind of work, job roles, the kind of industry that has worked for us is restaurants, smaller restaurants, not just large hotels, though we've been involved with Lemon Tree for the longest time. And some of our boys and girls do go to Lemon Tree as well. We encourage entrepreneurship as and when that is the need of the student. We work in admins. It's worked for us. It'll work for other organizations. Event management, retail, hospitality, and a large amount of graphic designing and data entry. And data entry for parents who say, my young man or woman is great with data entry. Data entry is all about learning formulas of Excel. It's no longer about just copying and putting it in Word document anymore. Some of our partners, and there are more, we've had a great support from the community, small organizations as well as large corporates. Currently, we have our students in Lemon Tree in the housekeeping as well as the kitchens. Another area of IT is vendor verification. I didn't even know that was something that existed. So all these organizations like bookings.com, where you have verified, somebody does that. And we have Hari, who's from Bangalore, who's staying with us, who does that. We have smaller organizations, hotels like IHOP, great food, great smells, fabulous place to work. We have just got Shlok, who's working with an event management company. He's going to be involved in the ICC World Cup. So that's where he is. And all the students are lining up. Are yaar, pass dilwa diyo, party pe bulwa dena. He is like so smug about it. We have a young man who's a fabulous baker who's in the bakery. We have Pita Pit. We have one young man who's in the accounts department. And it's good fun. It's a great place to be. I think it's all, for some of the organizations, it's good to focus just on open employment because there's tons more of opportunity, I feel, there. And like Sushma said, that they're doing it out of their own accord. It's not a mandate by the government. They're doing it because they genuinely feel that it will add a lot of value to their existing system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shalu, for sharing about Evoluer. Next, we have Ms. Ketki and Dr. Sushma. Ms. Ketki has completed her master's in social work and diploma in counseling. She has experience of 15 years in the field of menstrual hygiene, child sexual abuse, and protection and prevention of suicide. She has been associated with Yash Charitable Trust for the last 2 years. They'll share with us next. Welcome.
So I'm just going to go first and give you guys an overview of our philosophy and our framework, and then Ketki will talk through the employment piece. Sorry, I mean, Shalu's more equipped, more technologically savvy than I am. What is cheating? So Yash Charitable Trust began in 2014 when Aarti and I came back from the United States. Now we started off in a small 200 square foot space. We knew that we wanted to do something. We didn't quite know what. And the what has subsequently organically grown. But what we did know was that we had a vision that persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities live and work in the community and underlined their choice with dignity and with self-respect. And this was very, very clear right from the start. So currently as I said, we have a vision. Our mission is twofold. So we have two verticals that we work through. One is to provide skill development and training, as well as livelihood opportunities through our supported employment programs. And the second one is to provide all the other support that our young adults need as they navigate the adult world. So under the skill development and supported employment, we have a dedicated skill development center, and it's by default, that's a much longer story for another time, that we're doing a lot of work in the F&B space. It just happened like that. And then we offer supported employment, which is through Urban Food Services. So we have a cafe, several of you have been to, several of you haven't. Please do visit. We also have Cafe Arpan at the Vikhroli Accenture campus now. And then we have another Cafe Arpan Express counter at the Warsaw metro station. So these are our supported employment initiatives under this SSAP. Our salaries are competitive with the regular industry standards. We are compliant in all other respects. All our persons with disabilities get Provident Fund, state insurance, whatever we have to do in order to run the services. So they're treated equally with any. Thank you. It is. Well, and we are registered with the Shops and Establishments Act. And so we choose to follow everything just because it's much easier to do than fight for it. So it's just the way. So a large part of my job is to try and find funds, of course. But that is what we do. We currently have 24 now. 24, I have to look at Ketki because she keeps adding numbers, thankfully. 24 persons with developmental and intellectual disabilities employed within YCT. One of them works in our accounts department. Another one is a mental health counselor. And so, yes, we are inclusive and we practice what we preach. Most of them work in either the cafe or our food service division. As I said, this was by default that it happened. It works. We'll see where it takes us. The other activities that we do is counseling. Many of our young adults need counseling services, and these services are offered within YCT as well as to any other families that need them. The adult with the disability is our primary client in most cases. Sometimes it's the parents who are struggling with some kinds of issues of how to manage their own lives as well as the life of the adult. So we do provide a lot of mental health support through individual counseling services as well as through group counseling. And the groups have worked really well because most of them are online. We have one group that focuses who's the enrollees are persons who are in working already, but are struggling with some of the nuances of working in their respective spaces. So they have this group that they meet weekly, and a counselor just supports what they do, but it's their group. And so there's a couple of different groups that operate like this. Again, it's just to help them with anything that they sort of feel they need help in. Employment support services is what Ketki will talk about. And then the other big piece of what we do is awareness trainings. We do workshops for parents, other NGOs, as well as other professional groups. Currently, our biggest, our most impactful, I don't know if it's impactful or not, but our biggest challenge right now is we're fighting the stem cell lobby. So we're in the Supreme Court at the moment with a public interest litigation against the lobby. I don't know where it will take us, but again, we need to do it because some of you may know it is not a tried and tested. Autism can't be cured. So we don't absolutely believe that anything merits taking parents' money, and it's upwards of 5 lakhs for any given treatment. And so we're trying to fight this. Let's see where that sort of goes. The core values of YCT, which are very, very important and across all, we have about 24 people with disabilities, along with about 20 people. Our full strength staff is about 45 or thereabouts, 46, I don't remember what exactly. But everyone has to work together in a team. There is no sort of deviation from that, except in your roles. So there's a manager, and then there are people working under the manager, and then there are people working under that assistant manager, and so on and so forth. But everybody is expected to follow these core values, and these are really important to us. So accepting each one for who or he or she is, including everyone in the conversations, and then empowering those who need empowerment. So although we don't get funding for this, most of our staff who works on the ground have not, for one reason or the other, completed their education. So we do encourage everyone, whether disability or not, to go through NIOS, because we found that that's what works. And you can do it at any age. So many of our staff this year, in fact, the numbers are going up now, that many of our staff have enrolled for NIOS, which is fantastic. And so also have our persons who work with us, the persons with disabilities. So we do want to further the education as much as we can, because I do believe that this is a trajectory towards a better place for them. So we do that, and empowerment is across for everyone. We have a POSH policy in place. We have everything that we need to do. So we work out off of a strengths-based approach, and we teach our young people, whether they're in the skill center, whether they're working with us, or even through counseling, what it means to make choices, the importance of them making their own choices, and of course, having the consequences to that. We're very much about the people. So anyone who wants to join YCT and be a part of our team, it is very much about the individual who wants to join and what their dreams are for the future. Some of you have sat in some of the person-centered planning workshops that I've done in the past and know that this is sort of what the individual wants, is the focus of what we want to gear the program for. So whatever we do by virtue of our skill center is very much individually driven. It's not a system that everyone fits into. It's more about setting individual goals for these people who want to move forward. And we absolutely encourage self-advocacy. We go out to schools and colleges. Our self-advocates today, in fact, they're doing another presentation at National College. So they go out and talk about their lives and present themselves as somebody who's part of the community, also with strengths and their own weaknesses. And that's what we want for them to do. Where do I point this? We currently, the population we work with, we have about, between the skilling, supported employment, counseling, and everything else we do, work with about 150 families across the different programs that we work with. Oh, sorry. So as I said, we have all of these services under Ask. We do a lot of different workshops. We have subject matter experts who are volunteers with us. So they, talk about workshops on sexuality for our young people, workshops on sexuality also for parents. Get a lot of those kinds of questions. And then future planning. We are very consciously using the path. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. And creating plans for everybody who's part of the YCT family. And then also helping them if their eventual goal is to live independently, then what do we need to do towards that? So this is kind of everything that we do. Sarah's with us. Sarah's one of our popular enrichment therapeutic intervention specialists. Glad to have her. And then Ketki will talk about the rest.
Do I need a mic? Yes. So I will continue with, okay. So the goal of employment support services program is here, and this includes that we want people to enjoy good things of life. And when we say good things of life, it includes employment as one of the major chunks. This is the typical process which we use for employment support services. So the person with intellectual disability or developmental disability is always in the center. From there, we start with receiving referrals. Referrals could be received from an NGOs, from schools, from special schools, from any parent. A lot of social media, because social media being very in now, a lot of referrals we get from social media. Then we interview the candidate. When I say interview, it is
a 2 to 3 hour process, which also includes, oh, how do I go back? Which includes home visits, which also includes interviews of family members, because a lot of times we ask the questions to the parents that what are the strengths? What does the person like to do? What do you think that the person will be very good at? These are the typical questions which come in. Then we observe job seeker in a multiple setting. I'll give you a small example for that. A young man told me that he studied up to 2nd standard and he can't read the words. And I was like, it's fine, it's fine. He just identifies A to Z and that's it. He can't read CAT cat. And then I had met him in a cafe. He was playing mobile game, which was words, where he had to find words. Then I asked him, okay, let's order something. And in the menu card, he ordered Szechuan fried rice. And I was quite surprised because he himself didn't realize probably that he was reading. Then we have understanding of non-needs of the job seekers. How would they like to spend time in the non-working hours? So that also gives us a lot of idea about what and how the person can do. Okay, how do I go back? Then after the interviews, we go on to customized planning, where under customized planning, we look at the skill sets, we look at the strengths of the person, and then try and find the right kind of jobs. Job finding is a process in itself. It could be from networking to cold calling. A lot of times I get answers when I cold call people that, you have put a vacancy for XYZ role. Do you want to hire a person with autism? And they're like, acha, autism kya hai? I really get those questions. And one of the persons, and I keep going back to Sushma ma'am and crying ki aise log phone pe bhi baat karte hain. One of the person told me, ye practical thodi hai ki hum autistic logo ko hire kare. Is it practical? No, so these are the kind of questions. And in spite of that, we are getting good responses from cold calls also. So initially I was hesitant. I was constantly telling Sushma ma'am and one of my mentors that, cold calling is not going to work. Why should we do that? But yes, it is up to in small quantities, it is working. So that we are trying. Negotiation with employers. After we go and meet them, we understand what the job role looks like. Then there is little negotiations with employers on, like changing the sitting position. So there was a young man who worked in a factory, and he was a person with autism, and he had this moments where he would just glance just at the blank walls, and and accidentally where he glanced was a ladies' toilet. So then a lot of women started complaining that ye to ladkiyon ko dekhte rehta hai. So the easy thing there was to just change the place of that person. Then with negotiation of with employers, there is also another step which is involved is the sensitization session for all the staff who is going to work with the person. So there we talk about his strengths, there we talk about how to communicate, all those things. It's a long 1 hour session where we try and do this with all the staff who's going to be close to the person. Accommodations and post-employment support services are there. Visiting once the person has been in the job, visiting him or her more often, visiting the employers. So if there are any challenges, any way where we can support. So first 3 months, we try and visit in every 15 days, and then slowly we try to wean off. Yeah, this I spoke about. We also present to the employers in this way, where we talk about his contributions, what are his conditions, what are his interest areas. So it could be any person who is very focused at job, but he needs a periodic break every 3 hours. This is our, this program is almost a year old now, but we have had almost 16 placements so far. And these are the different industries, F&B being our strength, and people know Yash Charitable Trust as F&B training. So F&B is one of the highest. Then we have people in factories where, simple tasks like making a pen or assembling a pen, they're hired there. There are few in MNCs where they're doing data entry work, they're doing, and there is one person working in a bank who is doing his internship in a bank. There are assembling packing rolls, there is admin. So these are the numbers there. These are our few people working at their different sites. So far, we don't have any women who are being employed because we don't have so many women in the database. There are a lot of challenges. We start with the candidate. Attitudes and beliefs is first, where the person himself or himself wouldn't believe whether मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ या नहीं. I'll just go back to my notes too. There are also families who tell us that, we don't want our people to work outside YCT. Then traveling is a big thing. Mumbai being such a big city, it's very difficult to find local jobs. If there is a job in X place, then how to commute there is the first question which comes to our head. Identifying skill set, a lot of parents, a lot of individuals themselves do not know their strengths, do not know what they like to do. And a lot of families are reluctant to send them outside because of history of bullying. We all know that adults with special needs have been bullied in some way or the other. So this reluctance also plays a very, during interviews, these are all discussions which we keep on doing. Employer related, lot of people, lot of vacancies, articles we get, apply here, apply there, but graduation is the main thing. And a lot of our people do not have even school certificates. Lack of awareness on, as I said earlier, how to handle person with disability, how to talk, what to do. There was one employer who asked me that, अगर ये violent हो गया तो मैं क्या करूँगा? हमने movies में देखा है कि बहुत violent होते हैं. So those notions are actually really lack of awareness. And there was one company who actually told me I would hire, but I would not give any kind of letters or orders, written job orders, kuch nahi lungi. So that is also one thing. Okay. Oh, that was the last slide. I was hurrying up because I got a secret. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketki and Sushma. I know I have a ton of questions. I'm going to be looking forward to that panel session. Next up, we have Bindya and Sapna from Gateway. First, Sapna. Sapna joined us during the pandemic. and she's been instrumental in driving our career path program. We could not have done it without her. Sapna worked in the UAE before with individuals, with young adults with disabilities. She has her MSc in psychology from the University of East London and is also trained to deliver the ASDAN curriculum, which is what our answer to the non-NIOS certificates are. Dr. Bindya Hasaram, she is a special educator, inclusion consultant, life coach, aspiring employment specialist, and a very dear friend of mine. Bindya, she keeps saying I've been instrumental in bringing her into India and to Gateway. And Bindya has worn many hats at Gateway, done work from the little ones right up to our older students, and now has been supporting with the career path program. So welcome, Bindya and Sapna.
Hi, everyone. Can I get the slides up? So just to give some context, we started our career path program very recently. We're just in our second year. So I always joke that we're building the airplane and flying it at the same time. And I'm going to tell you about that journey. Where is the clicker? Sorry. Let's see if I can get this going the right way. Yeah. So what happened was we had students who were in Gateway already, who were becoming older, right? So so we needed to figure out what to do with them, and we knew that their education wasn't complete. Like there was still more that they could learn. There was still more that we could give, and we wanted to keep them in-house. We also wanted to harness their talents and skills, which we could see developing as they got older as well. We knew we did not want to go the sheltered workshop route. At Gateway, we really try to customize education for kids. So then we thought, can we also customize employment? Yeah. We researched different models of employment and then found the customized employment model, which we aligned with in philosophy. So there are three main steps in customized employment. The first is the discovery process. The second is skill building. And the third is internships. And I'll talk about each of these in turn. And this is the way that we have chosen to do it, and we're doing it so far. It may change over time, but these are the key blocks. You'll see from this slide, the way that we've designed the program is that in year one, our learners spend a lot of their time developing life skills, some of their time in in-house Gateway-based internships, and then year two, it's about a 60-40% divide. So they spend 3 days a week by the end of the year out in internships, 40% of the time doing their life skills work. The hope is that in year three, all of our learners will be fully employed. So we're en route, we're not quite there yet, we're getting there. Alongside what the learners are doing, what the customized, what is it called again?
Employment specialist.
Employment specialist, which is what we are. We work on the discovery process, building vocational profiles and themes, which will lead to customized job development. In year three, when our learners are out in the work field, our role will be to job coach and support as needed. Okay, so that's the basic structure. We'll get into some of the details now.
Thank you. So like Bindya shared, in year one, we predominantly focus on equipping our learners with skills. And these are the different skill sets that we focus on in year one. For instance, life skills, we cover time, travel, how to count money, how to manage money. There is heavy focus on, getting them ready for a job, because year two is when they start internships within the community. So we do a lot of soft skills training with them, help them understand the importance of punctuality, the importance of being regular to work. How is it to work in a team? What does it mean to, have good quality of work and not just doing something for the sake of finishing your task given? Self-determination and advocacy is a very important part for our learners because that's something they would be applying for the rest of their lives. So in year one, it's a lot of simulated setups, role plays where we introduce scenarios to them and help them advocate for themselves. Cooking, arts, ICT, and gym are pretty self-explanatory. I'm not going into that. The last part, which is ILP, the Individualized Learning Program or leisure, is where we expose our learners to different leisure activities. Often for our learners, when it comes to free time, it's just YouTube or watching Netflix, right? So in school, we try to expose them to different activities like nature walks, Zumba, or even different genres of movies and series that are out there to see what interests them. Along with equipping them, we also know that it's equally important to give them ample opportunities to practice these skills so that they become more independent with, life skills and functional skills. So the spaces we have to, help them practice and get independent are Grandstand, Breakfast Mornings, and Community Visit. Grandstand is a hallmark space for Greatway. It is this space where, they get to interact with all their peers within the school. It is a space where they get to build on their decision-making skills, communication skills through various activities and games that they have, once or twice in a week. And then we have Breakfast Mornings, one of our favorite spaces for our learners. The idea for introducing Breakfast Mornings was initially to help our learners understand the importance of having a healthy breakfast. Often when we ask them what they had for breakfast, it would be coffee and trail mix, something along those lines. So we thought it was important to teach them what, having a hot breakfast is, along with a drink and a fruit. So the learners, along with their homeroom team, will plan their meal for the next week. They look up the recipe and the ingredients, then we take them shopping to a grocery store. They have to identify different aisles and identify the ingredients required, look up the MRP, look up the expiry date, etc. So it involves a lot of underlying skills. And then on the day of the breakfast morning, they get together. There are different roles specified for our learners. Some will be responsible for cutting, chopping, some for sauteing, cooking, some for making coffee, tea, and then they cook the meal and eat as a group. So it's a lovely space for them. Finally, we have our community visits. If you ask our current group of students, they'll all tell you that one of their favorite parts of the Career Path program is the community visits. The community visits are often planned along the life skills that we're focusing in class. So for instance, if we are doing time and travel, the learners together decide on a specific place they would like to visit within the community. Then they look it up on Google Maps, identify the time taken for travel, the different means of travel that's available. And then some of our learners have cars for themselves. Some may travel by public transport. So then they figure out like how many can travel by car, how many other extra cabs would we need to order, how are we going to pay for travel, how are we going to pay at the destination. And after all the planning, they execute the journey. We've done, fun activities like going to restaurants, shopping, going bowling, watching a movie, etc. So this is definitely one of their favorite spaces. This is a sample of the timetable from year one. Yeah. All right, so the discovery process, a very, very integral part of being able to customize employment for our learners. The reason we do discovery is A, to build a relationship with the learner, and also to understand the learner at a more deeper level. So through the discovery process, we understand what their personality is like within school, within the community, at home, what their attributes are, what their skill sets are, what are the ideal conditions for them at their employment. The discovery process is, we can move on to the next, sorry, is a three-part process. The first one includes home visits. The second one is neighborhood mapping. And finally, we have interviewing others. In the home visit, what we do is the employment specialist goes into the house, they talk to the learners. We try to understand how the learner is around their friends, around their families, around their pets, what are their interests, How do they, go about doing routines within their house? Often we see that in school, they may be more independent because of expectations set. Sometimes at home, they might not be as independent. So we get to see them at different spaces and different settings. We also interview all stakeholders. So for instance, we interview the parents, we interview immediate extended family. If they are friends, if there's family friends that parents think that their inputs are valuable, we do talk to them. We ask questions like, what was the last time you were proud of, about the learner, or tell me one thing that surprised you about the learner. And this often brings in, different strengths, different skill sets that we may not have noticed within the school setting.
Like what Ketki was saying earlier, it's always looking for the strengths, right? So in the home visit and in everything that we do with them, it's looking for all the things that they bring to the table. The second part of the discovery process is called neighborhood mapping. And we may do this with the learner or on our own, but we basically look at the neighborhood, look at the building society that the learners live in. We talk to the neighbors if they are involved with the learner at all. We look at what's around in the neighborhood, so we know where the learner can go if they ever need anything. If the learner is someone who's going to use public transport, where's the local stops that they can get to. And also we look at the local businesses to see if there may be any opportunities for employment within the scope of their neighborhood. As Ketki said earlier, the traveling is a big deal here. And then the third part of the discovery process is interviewing anyone that the learner is close to. And so we ask the learner, is there anyone else that we can talk to that you think can tell us more about you? We'll also ask the parents that, right? And I mean, that'll include, their tutors, the driver, the neighbors, whoever's, will know the learner well about similar things. What are their interests? What are the skills they bring to the table? What are their hobbies, etc. Alongside looking at parents and family, we also talk to teachers. It will be the current teacher of that learner and any teachers who are still in school who know the learner from the past, asking them similar questions, but more from an academic and vocational point of view. And then, of course, we talk to the learners themselves, right? Because their voice is what makes this process really big. So we ask the learners what it is that they are interested in doing, what are their interests, what are their ideal work conditions, what do they think of their own strengths, what are things that they would like in a workplace, what are things they don't want in a workplace, right? And so basically all this information is then collated and documented, because we do all the interviews verbally, we record the interviews, and then we document everything so that everything's on paper. It helps us in the next steps of the process.
All right, so the next part is internships. So far, our internships are based on 3 factors. The first thing that we look at is exposure for our learners. We thought that since they are out working within the community for the first time, we wanted to give them exposure to as many fields, as many industries as possible, because often what happens is we perceive their strengths and interests to be a certain area. Parents may perceive the same, but when they're out in the community, when you give them exposure to different areas, there might be new interests, new strengths that pop up. Can we move on to the next? Yeah. And then the next thing is the availability and opportunities that are there for us. We reach out to existing organizations that are already hiring or providing internships for neurodiverse individuals. And then we also tap into our network. So we reach out to friends, families, parents have been very vital and supportive with this process, and try to identify organizations where our learners can intern at. So far, our learners have interned at Taj Wellington Mews, at Starbucks, at this fitness center with Mickey Mehta, also with a tech company called Headphone Zone, and automobiles company, which is Pioneer Auto Spares and Tough Coat. So when we try to plan goals for our learner, Gateway is accredited to Delaware ASDAN programs. ASDAN is a UK organization that provides N number of programs for neurodiverse people and for neurotypical individuals. We are currently delivering 2 programs from ASDAN. One is the Life Skills Challenges, and the second one is Work Right. So the Life Skills Challenges, we use it for our life skills classes. It allows us to, customize challenges for our learners. So say, because this is a UK-based program, often you might not find challenges related to like Google Maps or using Uber on it, but it allows you to create challenges and customize it for our needs. For internships, we are following the Work Right program, which is very focused on employability skills. So when our learners are part of internship, all of them have a common group goals that's set across the class. And these group goals are taken from Work Right modules. There are four modules with various goals on it. And we've kind of built that in a progression. So when they started off, it was only module 1 and 2 that they focused on. So it was understanding health and safety, what are the emergency protocols, why is it important to be regular, how do you mark your attendance, etc. And then we also customize individual goals for our learners. So say when they were working at Starbucks, some students who were comfortable with interacting had customer facing roles. Others were more in terms of understanding how to make beverages or warm food, etc. So the individual goals are customized for them. These are some pictures from internships. So that's a learner trying to fold napkins at Le Cafe. Our learners understanding the process of rust treatment in an automobiles company, and then our learner happily serving at Starbucks. So some of our successes and challenges at internship. So for us, some of our successes were we understood a lot of ideal working conditions for our learners. We undiscovered skill sets. So at school, at home, we thought that our learner always needed support with organization, but at the workspace, since they're working with unfamiliar people, it is a set expectation. We realized that organization was a very natural skill that came to our learner. Sometimes we realized they were missing skill sets, like a learner who's really good with fitness probably needed support understanding and stating body parts. So we had to train the learner, and make him understand what the different body parts are so they could carry out a warm-up routine. For the job coaches, the challenges often include firefighting. So as much as we try to do task analysis beforehand, often what happens is there could be breakdowns. You have to task analyze on the spot. You'll have to problem solve and try so many different methods before that aha moment happens and one specific method works with the learner. We've had difficulties with setting expectations with the on-site mentors. Sometimes they have really low expectations because they're working with neurodiverse individuals for the first time. So they may not push them enough. They may just give into their needs. Sometimes they have really high expectations, and then it is finding that balance has been a struggle for us. For our learners, their confidence has improved tenfold, self-advocacy, determination, and problem solving. In terms of challenges, there's been flare-ups, there's been meltdowns, also understanding the realities of life, right? Like you may not be allowed to sit till your break when you're working as a barista on Starbucks. You have to be on your foot the whole time. So things like that, realities of life has been a challenge for them. Right. So reflection is a very, very integral part of our internship program. We do this mid-internship and we do this at the end of every internship. The reflections are based on their group goals, on their individual goals, and on ideal working conditions, ideal employment roles that they may have realized by now. We do have a video, but we'll be sharing the PPT with you all. Please feel free to watch the video then. All right, so building vocational teams. So by now, we've completed phase 1 and 2 of discovery. We've done the home visit, we've done the community visits, we've done some internships. So based on all the data we have, we build a vocational profile, which includes their attributes, skill sets, interests, strengths, etc. Looking at that, we form at least 5 vocational teams per learners. Vocational themes are not employment or job roles. It's different themes that we could come up with depending on their interests and skill sets. Once we have the vocational themes, the next step is to identify organizations that fall under that theme. Once we've identified organizations, the next step is to look at our learners' strengths, skill sets, find an organization that is missing that strength or skill set or has similar needs, and then match the profile with the organization. And then they embark on their journey of customized employment. Yes. Okay, this is an example of a learner. So this is our vocational themes document. So the skills that our learner has shown so far is, being independent with paying with GPay, willingness to learn, enjoys learning new things, loves interacting with familiar people and asking lots of questions, loves people watching. As much as a learner loves to be around people, does not really enjoy interacting with new people often. So some themes that we thought for our learner was art. The learner also does art, has a dog at home. So we were thinking art, pet care, or, culinary. And when we thought of the vocational themes, one idea we had for employment was maybe the learner could work in a cafe that was in an art gallery, like National Gallery of Modern Arts, where it's a quiet place, less footfall. So there is food, there is art, there is less interaction. So it kind of seemed like an ideal place for our learner to work at. But this is just the process of how we think towards customizing employment.
We have lots of next steps to go. We've basically are making inroads in different places. We know there's a lot of work ahead. It's really exciting though. And, I think that it's one of the things that's given all of us so much impetus to move forward. And even though there are many inroads still to make, I think we're very determined to make it happen. And this symposium is an outcome of that. And I really hope that this conversation continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Bindya and Sapna. Okay. Next up, we have Sonali Saini. Sonali, I'm very, very privileged to have you here. She is the founder of Soul's Arc, and they've been instrumental in transforming special and inclusive education throughout India. I think employment is just one of the many, many, many things that Sonali does. We've shared Sonali's bio, we've shared all the presenters' bio, and we'll be sharing their information too with you. So do feel free to contact. We'll be sharing the presentations too. I noticed that many people are taking pictures, but you'll get the presentations too. Sonali has her master's in special education and also has a management background from NM and ISB, and Gateway has a close relationship with Soul's Arc. I've been privileged to work with Sonali on some of her projects. Welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. So what is next? All right. So I'm going to try and bring a slightly different perspective. A lot of us are privileged in this space, right? Many of us sitting here are privileged, but we yet struggle with the challenges which are systemic in nature, right? Which we talk about the government, we talk about the apathy in the society, we talk about the fact that employers are not ready to employ our children, right? And that's not going to change only by working with our young adults. It's going to change when we work with the government. It's going to change when we work with the industry, when we create a systemic change. So that's really where, as an organization, we started working with individuals directly, and we still do. But the shift has been towards the ecosystem. How can we change things outside so that the next generation, or maybe 4 generations later, because the problem is so huge, that there is a shift within that. We started in the space of education, and then of course realized, like all of us sitting here, that what happens after education, right? What do you do after you complete your 10th standard or 12th standard? What happens later? Even if you've done some form of higher learning, what really happens, right? So our vision is really every last child learns and every adult earns. And that's kind of, now Sushma spoke a little bit around what the 21 disabilities are. And I think for us, I think it's very important, and I love Dan speaking about the intersectionality of many things within disability. We underestimate, or we just, when somebody's, okay, what do you call Divyang, or what do you call a person with a disability? It's not the only identity. There are so many other complexities. There are mental health challenges that one faces. 21 disabilities, you have acid attack, you have blood related disorders, that's chronic illness, that's violence affected. So to bucket everybody into this disability is something which is very, very underestimated in the space that we are in, right? And coupled with that, you take issues like gender, caste, poverty, and location. Imagine somebody in a rural area, in a PPL, who's below poverty line, from the SC/ST community in a remote rural area, right? Look at the complexity, and with disability, the complexity is huge. So therefore, as an organization, when we started addressing these issues, we knew it was beyond disability. It's not about only autism or intellectual disabilities. It's beyond thinking about the gender, thinking about the location, thinking about the socioeconomic condition that a person comes with, and the background and the mental health challenges that the person has faced till the time that person has been 18, right? So, I mean, if you look at where we are today in terms of the trajectory of most individuals with disability, you look at most of them are not identified at an early stage. Most of them have challenges because the school learning is not appropriate for them. Because of that, if they're in school, they tend to drop out. And of course, higher vocational courses or higher learning is almost inaccessible to most of them, which leads to, of course, unemployment. And in India, we have 4 out of 5 individuals with disability who land up in the cycle of poverty. And that's the number that we're talking about. And that's the issue that we're talking about. While many of us don't have a direct correlation to it, that's the reality of our country.
So there are about 150 million individuals with some form of disability. Solzak works in the space of 5 to 29. That's almost 60 million people that we are trying to address the issues for. That's equivalent to a population of our 3 neighboring countries, by the way. Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka put together is 60 million people. And that's the number that we're talking about, just in that age group. So what is the world we want to see, right? We want to make sure that there is identification, that there is support in schools, that there are, whether it's appliances, whether it's accessible learning, that the children stay in school, they learn in school, in mainstream schools, are able to get some form of higher learning, vocational opportunities, and of course, get employed. Only that will lead to the end of the poverty cycle. So this is our model, which we call a state transformation model. SOZAC works with multiple state governments. We work with multiple NGOs across the country. And what we look at is 4 solutions. This is the 5 to 17 solutions, where we look at universal screening, and foundational literacy numeracy is a very big mission in our country today. But children with disabilities remain outside that mission. Right? So what we're trying to do is every state government, wherever the FLN missions are going on, how to include children with disabilities in mainstream schools in the FLN space. Universal screening talks about screening children at an early age, not just for disability, but for health, for mental health challenges, for the demographic challenges that they're facing. So for example, in our work in Tamil Nadu state government, Tamil Nadu becomes the first state to introduce universal screening for every single child in government schools. Right? And this is the screening for health as well as disability. Through our employment models, we have the urban employment model, which we started off with about 3 years ago, and rural employment model, which is very recent. It's just about, I think, September is when we started. September 2022 is really when we started a rural model. So we reach out up to about 4 million students. That's about 40 lakh individuals that we work with. We directly work with 2 state governments, Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. About 26 NGOs that we work with, other mainstream partners that we work with in 13 states. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the vocational model. I can just tell you a little brief about the earlier model that I spoke about. So one is the school inclusion, where we make sure that children in the classroom have accessible learning materials to ensure that their foundational literacy and numeracy skills are achieved. And that is aligned to what the other children in the classroom are learning and not different from that. So the special educators and the mainstream teachers are trained given separate set of materials for the children with disabilities in their classrooms so that all of them learn together on the same goals that the teacher has set, right? There may be a differentiation of what success looks like for each one of them, but that's the aim. How can a mainstream classroom be inclusive, and how can the learning materials and the teacher's pedagogy be inclusive in nature, right? And the second solution we have is an app-based solution. We've created this app more as a pilot, and then we integrate it with what the government does. It's a universal screening tool. It helps identify children holistically across 7 disabilities, primarily which are hidden. So you don't look at, of course, physical disabilities. You'll know that somebody has a physical disability, a sensory disability. But what happens, which are the hidden ones? Learning disability, mild autism, you have intellectual disabilities. So all the, even mild hearing loss, mild vision loss, these are mostly lost in the system. So the app actually helps identify these children, has modules on how a teacher can include these children in the classroom, which are completely jargon free. This is what you do to teach child reading, somebody with visual impairment, somebody with this. That's what it does for the teacher, and also maps all the schemes. We all spoke about, Sushma spoke so much about government schemes. I think we shy away from them. There is a need to enable and ensure that this is in the mainstream. These are the rights of our children, and we should avail those rights. So the app actually has schemes mapped for every state government, the 3 state governments that we're working with right now. And you can actually say, okay, this is a child, this is the socioeconomic condition, this is the disability, and here are the schemes that come up from 7 different ministries. In India, we only avail schemes today from 1 single ministry, and we're trying to work with Tamil Nadu state government to create a single window so that all schemes can be available through that single window. So this is a little more about our urban employment model and our rural solution. So in urban employment, I think one of the major challenges we saw is there's no certification for our children. There's no course which is certified. That's ridiculous. So we started working on the certification. We also worked with the PwD, but we all know the government works extremely slow. So one of the things that we did is started working with sector councils, right? Now, sector councils are like industry bodies. So hospitality will have a sector council, retail will have a sector council. Worked on, used their curriculum, made it accessible, worked with them on mapping of the jobs which are appropriate for our population, and now being certified by sector councils. So all our courses are certified by sector councils. This is something that we offer. So there are 3 sector councils that we have right now done this with: retail, hospitality, and office assistant, through different sector councils. All 3 are different. These are the kind of roles. Right? A lot of them, I think, are already being explored by many of the partners here. So you have in-store, you have housekeeping, in hospitality, you have housekeeping, food and beverages. There are a couple more that we're exploring right now. Office assistant is like scanning, printing, filing, basic data entry. And your retail is in-store and e-commerce. Right? These are the different jobs that we've mapped. These are all certified courses through the sector councils. All the content is mapped and certified by sector councils, validated by sector councils. Yeah? This is something that we make available to NGOs across the country. We work with about 16 NGO partners in 5 cities for our urban model. All of them get access to our content through an LMS system, all the internships. So we have a large partnership with Amazon. And I'll tell you why Amazon and how it has worked for us. So all our partners get the facility of internships. We facilitate the internships. These are paid internships. We facilitate employment opportunities through all our NGO partnerships, right? Across 5 cities, which are Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai. So why has the e-commerce worked very well for people with autism and intellectual disabilities? Number one, it's a repetitive job, right? It's the same thing that you're doing, is sorting, scanning, your packaging. There is a certain classification that needs to be done. Second thing is it's a safe environment. Third thing, solves the problem for travel, because most of them, then there's so many delivery centers and sorting centers all across. So we try and map it across to the people who are closest then, right? So it solves a lot of our problems that our people are facing. So right from thinking around safe environments to thinking around how we can reduce the travel for our children, it kind of solves a lot of our problems. So we've right now completed 90 internships, paid internships for individuals across our partnerships. And about how many have been placed? I think I have the numbers there. 26 have been placed and the rest are in line. So about 50 will get placed by June is what we're hoping. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our urban model. This is what it looks like. We have training centers, and our NGOs have their own training centers. There's student training, there's partner training, which happens through which there is facilitation of the content. There is internship and job support, which is then provided. Also, the rule for us, or something that we stand by, is it has to be lifelong support. We all know our individuals are vulnerable. If there is any incident at any of the industry, at any of the places, because of a meltdown, because of whatever, it has to be a lifelong support. So we promise a lifelong support to all our industry partners, saying, and because we do it through NGOs, it's possible for us, right? Because each NGO takes responsibility of the children that they are working for, the young adults that they are working for. Right? And of course, the placement. So this is Salil. Salil was with us in our vocational batch. He is someone who struggled through school, barely finished his grade 10 exam, and got enrolled into our vocational training. And not only is he working since the last 2.5 years in Amazon, but now he's a mentor to all the students who are working in that center. So he's had an amazing journey. He's one of the real heroes for us. And yeah, this is a little bit of what I spoke about. We have over 150 students who are enrolled through the program. We have about 15 NGO partnerships, 5 governments. So we also work with national institutes, NIPED, all of them are adopting our program, and academic institutions. Yeah, so this I'll go through very briefly. I don't think it's very relevant to the space, but I can just tell you very quickly. This is a rural model. It's based on something that BRAC has done, which is in Bangladesh. It's called the ultra poor model, because we know that most of the individuals are in the ultra poor category or in the BPL category. We look at 3 solutions: agriculture, livestock, self-employment, and social security, which is the schemes that we spoke about. Yeah. So what happens in the rural areas, again, most of the time the identification is not done. We look at identifying these people through door-to-door surveys, social security, making sure they have documentations like bank accounts, Aadhaar card, everything. Health, access to health, disability assessments, SHG groups, self-help group formations are then done. And you have in the, I can tell you what an inclusion champion is. So this is the journey of Saroj Ben, who is one of our beneficiaries in the program. And the year 1, we primarily look at how identification and disability assessment can be done, how they can get access to AIDS appliances. In year 2, we look at the SHG group formation, weekly livelihood trainings that they get. They get grants. We enable grants as well as loans through different schemes so that they can invest into livelihood and agriculture solutions. And year 3, we look at increased income savings. We then identify an inclusion champion within those groups, who then becomes our, somebody who can then take this work ahead with us exiting that from that village. So that's a rural employment model. And yeah, that's it. That's where we are, and that's what we're trying to do. Thanks.
We'll do the questions in the panel. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sonali. Next up, we have Beverly Lewis. Beverly is the co-founder of MUN. She heads MUN and drives the employment training program and all the marketing, communications, and advocacy for MUN. This is our first opportunity that we've had to interact with Beverly, but the work of MUN is not unfamiliar to us. You say employment and people mention MUN. We just had a session, an event 2-3 days ago, and everybody was just like, oh, employment, have you got MUN coming? So we know the fantastic work that you've done. Thank you for accepting our invitation and look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Gateway School, for giving me this opportunity to share the work that we do. My name is Beverly, and I'm one of the co-founders of MUN. MUN is a 12-year-old nonprofit organization that focuses on skill development and livelihood building specifically for people with disabilities who come from low socioeconomic groups. So these are people typically who've not had any or very limited access to any kind of formal training, whose parents have had to make the difficult choice of putting food on the table versus attending to their child's needs. So these are the people who've lived most of their lives believing that they are a burden to their families, to society, and that a life of seclusion is what they deserve. So remember life as a 17-year-old for us. For me, it was an exciting time filled with opportunities to build a career, to explore the world with my family and friends. But unfortunately, these opportunities are non-existent for this underserved and marginalized population who have a layer of poverty and then another layer of disability to combat. So in the picture, the boy in the picture that you see here is Jabir. He's the fourth of the 4 children. He has 3 older sisters. So when his parents found out that he was a boy, that they had a boy, they were overjoyed. And immediately they had so many expectations for him, but they were short-lived because they found out that he had Down syndrome. And being daily wage workers, they were shattered and, you know, kept thinking that, oh, why did we have a child like this? If he was, not born, it would be better for us. So thoughts like these. Of course, they did train him in a government school, but he dropped out and soon found himself sitting at home with nothing productive to do. When he came to MUN, he showed extreme talents in hospitality because he's a people person. He's, he loves interacting and engaging with everyone. So we harnessed those skills and then developed them and placed him in an opportunity in a restaurant. He worked there for 4 years and lost his job as soon as the restaurant shut down. And soon after, he was retrained and placed in another restaurant. And today he is the sole earning member supporting his 3 sisters and his parents who are now at home and not working anymore. You can visit him at Earth Cafe in Bandra. Whenever you do go and stop by, please say hi. So Jabir's training didn't only involve Jabir. Of course, we kept Jabir at the center of the entire process. But along with his trainers and therapists, we exposed him to the various possibilities for his career through, of course, after careful assessment. And we then made a training plan for him and for the entire ecosystem, starting with his family, his friends, and of course, everyone involved in the process. So the training that we do give them once they start working is, of course, talking to their employers, like most of you do, their co-workers, and educating them about, we educated them about Jabir's condition, how they should communicate with him, and how they should help him grow in his role and not let him be stagnant at the office like a piece of furniture. The job coach accompanied Jabir for the first few weeks of his job. They stayed on the job with him so that the co-workers could easily model the behavior and imitate them. And eventually, while the job coach trained Jabir in the roles, automatically the co-workers adopted the same way of communication and training. So some of the jobs, like we've trained Jabir in hospitality, we've also identified other industries and roles within them. We've mapped out those roles and incorporated them into the curriculum, but only after training under industry experts. So our hospitality curriculum has been done when the MUN trainers have spent over 6 months at Marriott learning the different roles in the departments and the industry standards and expectations, along with the materials that are required and used at the hotel. So similarly, we've also done this with the other industries as well, and we keep updating the curriculum with our new partners. So now the hospitality curriculum is updated further with our partners like Trident, Lemon Tree, and Hotel Abode. We also do have a group of people who are on the moderate to severe end of the spectrum, for whom mainstream employment may not be possible because of the extent of support that the disability demands, and maybe the mainstream setup would not be able to provide them that. So we've identified industries like sewing, and we've trained them and started a brand called Karman that only employs artisans with intellectual disabilities and autism and other kinds as well. So Karman is our attempt to create a profitable business to leverage the talents of persons with disabilities. These are some of our employment partners. Most of our employment partners always tell us this, that they were always driven by hard numbers, cost saving, productivity and efficiency. But after the addition of a person with disabilities into their organization, they soon realized that there was no measure for compassion, happiness, and kindness in the workplace. And when that did happen, they realized that those were the key factors that actually helped the individual and the organization succeed. And it had a direct impact on the other hard numbers that they were struggling to achieve. Absolutely. Just have a dance session with the people. How do I play this video, please? Yes, you can just click on it. Not me.
And 7. मुझे डांस 7
मेरे को मेरे मम्मी पापा गोवा लेके जाना है पिकनिक के लिए। फेवरेट फूड पानी पूरी।
मुझे तो दाल चावल क्लियरेंस करता हूँ, बैक एरिया में हेल्प करता हूँ, कटलरी वाइप करता हूँ।
यहाँ पे कभी मैं सोफा चेयर वाइप करती हूँ सुबह आके, फिर शैलवर उतारती हूँ, नैपकिन फोल्ड करती हूँ।
At MAN, we help train adults with intellectual disabilities and autism who come from underprivileged homes. We train them in areas like F&B, hospitality, and we place them in job opportunities where they can also earn a living and fulfill their dreams.
Helping them get trained, get ready, get confident to be a part of the normal workforce.
मन में ट्रेनिंग मिली थी तो अच्छा लगा था, बहुत फ्रेंड्स बने थे।
फिर आपको देख के लगा कि हम लोग को बहुत टफ जाएगा, ये पूरा चैलेंजिंग रहेगा। फिर बाद में चिराग अपने आप सीख गए, तो इतना बताने की जरूरत नहीं।
And the MAN trainers will be at your workplace to make sure that the student is comfortable, understands the task that is given to them, understands the importance of it, and make sure it's an all-round great experience for entire team.
Our only request to everyone would be to help us train more students like Chirag, Abhishek and Neha to earn their livelihoods and be productive members of society.
So after successful employments in Bombay, our employment partners kept pushing us, saying that we want candidates in Delhi, Bangalore, and all other cities. So the best possible decision and immediate solution for us was to reach out to other people working in the same space, non-profit organizations who faced similar challenges like us when we just started out, and who are aligned with the cause and mission of employing people with disabilities. We said we'll share our curriculum with them, get them trained, and we
then share the employment opportunities with them as well. So through that, we've been able to, we offer this but with so we offer this in two different ways. One is we either train the trainers of the nonprofit partner organization by giving them the curriculum and eventually the opportunities after that. Or if the organization does not have the resources of the trainers, but they do have a space and the beneficiaries, we send the MUN trainers there to set up a sub-center within their organization. So through these models, we've been able to successfully train and graduate people and employ them. So we have people employed in Inox in Bangalore and Microsoft and KPMG in Delhi as well. And we've also set up a Karman manufacturing unit for artisans in Srinagar. So yes, thank you very much. You can also see in the next video what our nonprofit partners have to say about the curriculum and what their experience has been.
So MUN IEP tracker is a user-friendly application because it's such a structured application where just by a click we get all details about the student. We have so many options about our own task analysis, or when it comes to putting a detailed program for a student. It's a very comfortable app.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम कीर्ति सोनावने है। मैं प्रेममिली स्कूल में एज ए स्पेशल एजुकेटर हूँ। ये बहुत यूजफुल ऐप है और इससे हमारा टाइम भी सेव हो जाता है। पेरेंट्स और टीचर के लिए तो क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट घर पे भी बैठ के देख सकते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा क्या कर रहा है, क्या किस लेवल तक पहुँच गया है। लॉन्ग टर्म गोल, शॉर्ट टर्म गोल, टास्क एनालिसिस और वीडियो भी है कि कैसे बच्चों ने एक्टिविटी वो करना।
सारू आવું જાણવા મળ્યું કે દીકરીઓને આવી રીતના હા માન ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા અમને ટ્રેનિંગ મળી, એમાં અમને ઘણો લાભ થયો. એ દ્વારા અમે લેપટોપ પર એ દીકરીઓનું જે ડિટેલ છે એ પણ ફોર્મ ભરીને નાખી શકીએ છીએ અને અમને જે કંઈ કરાયું એ પણ અંદર કરીએ છીએ. એટલે કેવું કે અમે કદાચ ના હોય અને અમારી પાછળ કોઈ બીજા ટીચર આવે તો એનો એમને ખ્યાલ આવે કે આ દીકરી કેટલા સુધી એનો પ્રોગ્રેસ થયો છે અને હવે અમને આગળ શું શીખવવું એવું એમને જાણકારી મળે.
Thank you very much.
I'm really pleased to welcome Sangeeta Advani. She is a friend of mine. Sangeeta is a mum of a young adult with disability, with Down syndrome. And I think, she has vested interest in giving voice, raising awareness, and sorry, I lost my words, and employment of people, of those with different abilities. Sangeeta set up Skill Shakti Community, which is a Mumbai-based institute that works with people in person and online. She also coaches businesses on how to employ and work and put supports in place for people with disabilities. Welcome, Sangeeta.
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to share a story, both as a parent and now, of course, founder director, it sounds impressive, of an organization. It really is not an organization as much as a community. Okay, here's the reason why I started this. There's our beautiful daughter, Ashu, as she's popularly known. She had been to mainstream school, and then like a lot of our kids hit a blank wall. When you grow up, what will I be? What will I do? And honestly, as parents, we hadn't quite thought it through the way we should have. As part of the process, we actually even went to America, to UCLA, where there is a special track called Pathways. And because her brother was living in LA, we enrolled her there. That's when we really got an insight about how people in other parts of the world can live with a disability, live on their own, have friends, and have a very productive and fulfilled life. When she returned, however, it was the same blank wall. What does she do now? You know, luckily, I met a very beautiful person who's right here in this room, Shalu Sharma, and she became a kind of mentor. I actually moved to Delhi and enrolled Ashu there for 2-3 months. And she learned how to work at Big Bazaar. And there she is with her uniform and her, lapel, and feeling oh so proud. So this is really how our journey started at Skill Shakti community. Okay, so who are we then? We skill adults with different abilities, diverse abilities, whatever you want to call it, to become employable, able to be employed. Part of the journey that Ashu took us through in Delhi was to meet with another brilliant lady, Geeta Dang, who currently heads Skill Council of India. And she too has a daughter with Down syndrome. And honestly, she became my mentor and a kind of role model, because I wanted for Ashu and Ashu wanted for herself what Geeta had done with her daughter. And I realized that there were many skills that our daughter didn't have to become employable. We try to do that now at Skill Shakti community. Our students are 16 and above. They learn self-advocacy. They're learning all the skills that they need: time management, financial management, thinking skills, expressing themselves, going out, having friends, social skills, everything. And also, of course, having a lot of fun. So here they are. And this is the gang. We have other students, online, offline. We're small, but it gave my daughter friends and a whole cohort that grew together and learned together. Part of this journey also involved roping in Xavier's College and roping in National College so that our kids could have a taste of inclusion. And here we are at Xavier's. I look pretty impressive, but actually that was just for a fraction of a moment. It's these kids who interacted, engaged, debated, and really had a great time. So this is quite routine for us now. We build inroads with the college system so that our kids get exposed to mainstream places. So here's the gang again, so proud. And actually the gentleman in the middle is an alumnus of Xavier's. He's done BWalk. It's a degree in travel and tourism from Xavier's College. And there you see Xavierites also as part of the group. So our ethos, we're actually a lifelong community, I think. Of course, everybody hopefully will join the workplace, but the friendships will continue. Learn to earn, we're very clear. This is our motto. And we haven't really focused on going to big corporates, because we find each of our students has something very unique about them. So we really zero in on that uniqueness and try and make the work space kind of match with that. How do we do it? Small learning groups, personalized curriculum, coaches rather than teachers. It's a very interactive classroom. When the person is able to join an internship, we don't just throw them in there. I mean, we're all familiar now with the process of scaffolding, a buddy at work, job coach, breaking up the tasks, and a direct mentor at work also. The important thing, I think, is that the students continue at Skill Shakti, because really the community keeps them feeling good and feeling very, very supported. Okay, we also have online students. This young man is in Dubai, and we're helping him get set up at an internship in Dubai. So this is it. If I had to say one thing about Skill Shakti that I've learned, that fun is fundamental, really. That is very much a part of our coaching process. So this young man, you know, doing crazy things, being authentic, being who he is, I believe, what led him to be up here. In front of an unknown audience at Xavier's College. There were about 100 people, and he was able to give his presentation with aplomb. Mind you, he also has a challenge with his speech. So it was doubly encouraging for us. But without that fun, you don't get financial skills either. Honestly, you just have to go waste money, then you learn how to save. So we do a lot of fun things. This is budget day. We were watching the budget. It can get very boring, but we decided to have fun. So our student pulled out, both of them, online. There was Nirmala Ji was giving the news that government is going to buy a lot of cars. So they actually tracked Maruti stock right live, and they understood this is what happens in a stock market when you have good news. We won't talk about what happens when there's bad news. Okay, please carry on. They have social media skills, very important. Today, what I'm doing and talking like this isn't half as important as the ability to showcase your talent. And there's room for everybody. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be perfect, as we call it. Anything can bring you money if you can show it to the world. And why not? And this is why we were just so thrilled to see everybody, you know, making Instagram stories, everything while they're around the campus at Xavier's. Right. Okay, the other thing is the right environment. Yes, we use a conference room style table setting. Everybody is gathered around. It's very interactive learning. Okay, and here you are. You see our students presenting. By the way, they are proficient, better than I am, at Google Slides and Google Docs. And this presentation they have done. The way we teach, this style, yellow label, alignment, everything, every single student. And honestly, there's no such thing as level, you know, everybody gets it. So this is how we present, and this is how they present as well. So really proud of that. This entire presentation, actually the pictures, everything has been seen by them. It is with their consent. So this is, we have a lot of fun, as I said. This is break time. We have music, we have craziness. And really, that's how you can skill. This is my learning. Okay, so as I said, we teach in the language of today, Canva skills, Everybody can make a poster, can put a post. It's quite easy. This is, you use your phone, you use laptops. I mean, we're all doing this. Expressive art. The one thing I learned, art is the heart, really, of learning. I never knew that. By the way, I'm a journalist by training, and I worked for 25 years as a journalist. And those were the days there was no social media, nothing. So it was all words. I never was a visual person. All my learners are visual learners. So for me, if I today can do Instagram and everything, it's because of them. So I've learned so much more than really I have been able to impart to them or my team. So we use expressive art even to coach stuff like how do you work, how do you behave at a job. Nothing is more efficient than art. Our resources, yes, of course, we have a team with psychologists and special educators, but the actual delivery is by people who are from their fields. So our finance teacher is a young wealth manager. She's doing her CFA, and she's also coaching us. Graphic design teacher is an actual professional graphic designer. And our social media coach, who actually is a clinical psychologist, is also an actor and an influencer, and he has 90K followers. Okay. This is the curriculum. I think we've gone over it a lot. We pretty much have similar curriculum, all of us. This, if you're seeing, is because the students insisted. So make of it what you will. They wanted a Reza painting there because we were using Reza to learn about focus and Bindu. So they felt this would kind of express things. And honestly, I wasn't getting the shapes right on Google Slides. They did it. So it's just incredible how powerful visual learning is and how art is. So this is the student trajectory. I'm sure you've figured out by now that the core of learning is to know who am I. And trust me, our students know better than their parents, better than society, exactly who they are. It's just sad that sometimes we've conditioned them to forget. And all our learning, all our coaching is to revive that feeling. Who am I really? What makes me tick? And when you figure that out, trust me, anybody can learn to earn. So now I'm going to give you a little short story. I know it's lunchtime, but I'm going to breeze through it. A tale of 3 interns with their permission. Okay. So actually, we found a lot of us as parents don't believe that our kids can work, they can learn, they can be successful. I was there too. So I'm not judging others. Believe me, I was there. I never believed my daughter would be happy working at Big Bazaar and so stimulated and looking forward to every day. Okay. And it's a right. Working is a right. The organization isn't taking us as a favor. It's their right to work. And this is what we instill in our students. So here is Sharan, wonderful guy, not related to me, by the way. Advani is a surname like Smith, very popular. He's been at Skill Shakti community for 2 years. He had the necessary qualifications. As you can see, his internships are there. And he's currently at Mag Street Cafe. Next. There he is. This young man is quite extraordinary. He really has a lot of, sensory issues, feels acute heat. He has to hold tongs, heat the croissants, etc. He's on the spectrum, but he's somehow managing to overcome all of that. And he's able to engage well with his colleagues. Unbelievable. Here is another star. an intern, Rushil. His mom's here. And he has supervised the bit here. Rushil is very interesting. Tremendous personality, tremendous social skills, and a qualified, certified gym trainer. Okay, we always thought he'll work in a gym. But when he joined the community, had his buddies, and got exposed to art history, art, etc., graphic design, we just saw the tremendous talent this young man has. Let me show you. There he is. He's wearing a shirt printed with his art. Okay. And I have to thank his family for helping him take his art and kind of helping him set up a small entrepreneurial gig so that he earns a monthly income just selling his designs. And there he is talking about what he does. Even better, marketing it, maybe, might be the right word, I don't know, presenting it to other students. I thought that's so cool, And here he is at a graphic design studio where he now interns and is doing very well. Okay, even better. People say, why do you do things like art history? Well, Rushil learned about Dali, fell in love with Dali. It just unlocked his designs. And today, the person who's working with him in the graphic design studio really feels that he could do a series, and he has multitudes of these paintings, and actually display them as a very, very good artist. And as I say, monetize it too. Okay. And he calls it surrealist art. That's his term, not ours. Ramnath. I think one of the teachers here actually met Ramnath, Abhishek Panchal. I don't know if he's there. Yeah. So Ramnath is interning as a data entry associate at a leading international company that provides audit and consulting services worldwide. Guess what? I'm not allowed to say the name. We have to change this mindset with people. Okay. There he is. I've had to white out all logos and everything. But trust me, we have to bring this change, because somehow corporates, don't really like their names being flashed. I don't know why. Please carry on. Yeah. Okay, this is how we coached him on the job, just a bit. Google Maps, he figured out his way from Chembur to the place. He sends messages, he's learned his tasks, he writes the stuff he does, and he reports back. He's a data entry person, and I have a hunch that it'll translate to a permanent job. Okay, so what is our journey to employment? Reza to the rescue. I still say it's really, yes, skills development is important. I would say even more is community, my God, really important. Having friends you can share what you've done at work with, so vital. And allowing them to expand their career horizons, very, very important. Challenges, I think we all know it. Our culture, what we go through. Corporate mindset. Some people have said that why do we have to take somebody disabled? There are so many poor people in the country. So we have to bring a change there. We have to make our spaces more inclusive. It's a process. And I'm so grateful hearing from everybody how much work they do. We're very small. We're babies compared to where you guys are. And the candidate mindset, I would rate that as being number one. Guys, we've got to start with our kids very, very young. Not like I woke up at 18 and faced the blank wall. Schools, colleges, this business of that we have a right to work, how do we do it, has to start from childhood. And parents have to believe that it's possible and know that it's possible. Okay, so this is me with my ham-handed attempt, previous journalistic avatar, where there is learnability and community, there is no disability. I truly believe it. My daughter lives it, and all these talented young people that you saw live it too. Let me give you the guru. I think we've all come across this quotation. I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank Gateway for putting us together to collaboratively working at making the inclusive workplace happen. We need to move from India Inc. to India Inclusive.
Nice try. Thank you, Sangeeta, and thank you for that very inspirational end to this session. I think that was perfect. It's been very inspiring. I'll use that word again, listening to all the presentations. Gateway, if you said we're babies, we're not even out of the womb yet. We've just started. Our work has been primarily with younger learners, but we know there's just so much to be done in this space, and we wanted to bring us together to see all of us like-minded individuals try and see what we can do, and particularly how we can collaborate and work together to bring about inclusive workspaces. Thank you for that. All right, we've been a very patient audience. We've had a morning, heavy morning, but I know I had to know where the time has gone. I know my stomach says it's lunchtime. Lunch is served. Please, we'll start again at 1:15 with the Utah team. Yes. Yes, let's. That's a great. I always forget pictures. So yes, Roly, come. Great idea. People might leave. Okay, yeah. So please don't leave also, because we've got the presentation coming in the afternoon, and we've got a panel discussion after that too. But we'll also make sure that we take pictures. Come.
Hi, can you hear me?
Lovely. We know now this afternoon is going to be a little bit harder to sustain, but we're very excited to have Tim and Trisha here. Tim is joining us virtually. Hi, Tim.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Tim's not feeling well, but has also extended himself to join us virtually. So thank you so much, Tim. Trisha is here with us. I won't go into their bios. We all have access to that. But Tim and Trisha, Radhika and I met them in Vietnam about 7 months ago, came back, connected with them, and they've been here with us at Gateway this week, helping us develop our program, share where they are in their journeys. So I'm going to hand it over to them, and they're going to share with us a little bit about customized employment from an international perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tim is going to go first, and I will advance your slides as you tell me to. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Tricia. I apologize for not being able to attend in person. I'm a little bit under the weather today, so it's probably best that I stay in my hotel room and not spread my sickness to folks. I'm very excited to be here, and I certainly have enjoyed listening to all the perspectives this morning. As you'll see as I go through the presentation today, that a lot of the issues and a lot of the barriers that we encounter in terms of employment for people with disabilities seem quite universal. And so I think some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about will resonate with all of the presenters that presented this morning. And I think we have some solutions to some of the problems that we see in terms of employment, and that's through customized employment. And that is what Trisha will be talking about when I turn the time over to her. So Trish, if you can go to the next slide. Go back one. There we go. So what I'm going to be talking about is just some perspectives on employment for people with disabilities. And I'm going to start with a big picture of employment. And then I'm going to kind of distill down to what we're doing in the United States specifically, and some of the data that I've been playing around with and analyzing in the United States related to supported employment and customized employment. Then I'm going to explain the difference between the two strategies to support people with disabilities in obtaining jobs. And then Trish will further elaborate on some of the strategies that you all can do to implement customized employment. So we know that, everybody reinforced this idea that employment is a fundamental right for people with disabilities. And in fact, the Article 27 of the United Nations Convention really recognizes that this fundamental right. It specifically says that people with disabilities have the right to be competitively paid for employment that in inclusive and accessible environments and jobs that they choose. And unfortunately, what we know is this doesn't happen to the frequency that we want this to happen. People with disabilities are underemployed, unemployed, and often marginalized. And we really see people with disabilities working in jobs that aren't up to par to people without disabilities. So we have a lot of work to do in regard to employment. And I think some of the data that I'll show you here in a while from the United States might surprise you in terms of employment of people with disabilities. And we have a lot of work to do in terms of really promoting positive outcomes for people with disabilities. Trish, if you can go to the next slide. So we know that there are about 15% or 1 billion of the world's population have a disability. So we're looking at a big number of people with disabilities across the globe. And a good portion of these individuals are not working. And if we can go to the next slide, I'll show you some of the numbers that I found that I'm working with. And keep in mind that these numbers are oftentimes a little bit suspect, because when we're talking about big data sets of people with disabilities, oftentimes we're clumping or we're congregating people with disabilities into one group, and we don't parse out employment for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities or people with more significant disabilities. So when we start looking at more extensive support needs, the numbers that I'm going to be talking about really diminish in terms of competitive integrated employment. So I'm going to be showing you a couple data sets to kind of illustrate some of the underemployment of people with disabilities across the globe. The first is from the Department of Labor in the United States, and it really shows that we have about 31% of people with disabilities are employed full or part-time. Now, once again, this data is a little bit misleading because when we talk about employment from these data sets, it's basically the way we characterize employment when we start compiling these numbers is we talk about whether or not that person has worked during 1 week of a reference period. So they could be employed for 1 week and then not have a job, and we'll still count them as having employment. So the data is as being competitively integrated employment. So the data is a little bit misleading here. And I think it sometimes appears that more people are employed than actually there are people employed. In the European Union, we have about 50% of people with disabilities are employed. These are all people with disabilities. In Australia, about 53%. And then I was kind of looking around just in at some data in India. So it was really interesting for me to hear the presentation earlier this morning about employment and data. But I found roughly 36% of people with disabilities are employed in India. So after hearing the presentation this morning, I think that number might be a little bit inflated, as all these perhaps are. So Trish, if you can go to the next slide. So this is the data that really concerns me when we start thinking about employment. So on this chart, it shows different data pools that we use in the United States. The first of which is called the ACS, which is the American Community Survey, and this is an annual supplement to the U.S. Census. So they take this survey data every year and they look at employment for people with disabilities. So you look across the board. Since 2010 to 2018, roughly, we range from about 33% to in 2018, which is the last data that we have about 37.8% of people with disabilities employed full or part-time. So keep in mind that this data set captures the big D disability. It captures every disability that we're looking at. It doesn't really, and it aggregates these data. So it doesn't really capture what's happening with people with more extensive support needs. And if we look at other data sets that really look at people with an extensive support needs, we start to see these disparities. So another data set that we look at is in the United States is people who are receiving Medicaid services. So Medicaid services it's a federal funding program that helps people with disabilities be engaged in more community-based settings. And we talk about competitive integrated employment, and then we also talk about facility-based employment or facility-based settings. Now, these facility-based settings are what we refer to as sheltered workshops or work activity centers along those lines. They're segregated environments. So of the people in the United States who are receiving Medicaid services or through a waiver, a Medicaid waiver is what we call them, roughly 80% of those individuals are receiving services in segregation, and only about 20% throughout these years of the span are in competitive integrated employment. So in my mind, we have all these programs in place in the United States, and we have these systems in place that support people with disabilities. But the more extensive the support need, the less likely we see people with disabilities obtaining competitive integrated employment. Trish, if you click through, I think I just highlight those numbers. Yep. So you can just see that those numbers down at the bottom of the chart really illustrate that in the United States, we're not doing a great job in terms of supporting people with more complex support needs. Unfortunately, things are changing, and we're starting to develop more substantive services for people with disabilities that I'll talk about here shortly. Go to the next slide. So given this data, we know employment is important on many levels, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the most salient features of being employed. But it really, employment leads to just better outcomes for people with disabilities across the board. So it mitigates the socioeconomic disparities that people with disabilities experience. We know that disability and poverty disability and poverty and employment and poverty rates are connected. So when people with disabilities work, they're more likely to move out of that poverty threshold. So it's really important that we think about employment for people with disabilities. We also know that it improves an individual's psychological and physical health factors. So when people work, they're generally more healthy because you're out doing things and you're out engaging in different environments. We also know that it improves the quality of life for people with disabilities. So when people are engaged in their local communities and they're out working with their peers in their neighborhoods, in the local environments, that the quality of life status goes up. So across the board, universally, we view people who work more favorably than people who don't work. And this holds true. This is a universal truth for everyone. So when a person with a disability works, then their status in our society and their quality of life just goes up. So employment is a really important piece to improve the quality of life of people with disabilities. And finally, we know that when a person works, they gain more personal independence and more self-determination. So when I'm talking about self-determination, I'm referencing the fact that people with disabilities start to make more informed choice about what they want to do outside of work and how they want to live, how they want to recreate. So working is has a number of benefits that go beyond just simply wage. I mean, the wage is important, and having an income is really important, but these other benefits are equally important, and they really just improve, when one works, it really improves the quality of life for people with disabilities. Next slide, Trish. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the pathways to employment, and I think we've heard about supported employment this morning and customized employment this morning, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about just kind of the catalyst or where these two programs kind of develop. Now, supported employment and customized employment work off this assumption that we don't train a person and then place a person. So meaning I want to steer clear of setting up parameters that a person has to achieve before I put them in employment. So supported employment basically says that if a person wants to work, we're going to put them on the job and train them on the job. So we call this a place and then train model. So it's been around since the early 1980s in the United States, and it really emerged as an alternative to sheltered workshops. So before supported employment was initially defined in our Developmental Disabilities Act in 1984, a good majority of people with disabilities were being served in segregated facility-based workshops. And then some good researchers from Virginia really kind of started to develop this model, this idea of let's put people on a job first and then we'll train them. And this is really important because when we are supporting people with more significant disabilities and more significant supports, we know that one of the things that we are encountering or that we're working with is this idea of generalization. So when I'm talking about generalization, I'm talking about, when a person learns a task in one environment, a person with the most extensive support needs learns a task in one environment, it becomes really difficult for that task to generalize to another. To another environment. So we have to reteach it once we get them in that environment. So supported employment really works off this idea. Let's just teach in the environment that we expect that individual to perform. So supported employment, as we know it, was codified in 1986 in the Rehabilitation Act, which is a law in the United States that funds specific services for people with disabilities, including supported employment and now customized employment. So if we can go to the next slide, Trish. And we know supported employment is very effective. There's been a number of studies that really establish the efficacy of supported employment. And it's a model that we refer to as an evidence-based practice. So it's met the threshold to produce outcomes for people with disabilities. However, over the years, there started to become some concerns about how we are implementing customized or supported employment for individuals with the most significant disabilities, or those who have extensive support needs. And we found that those individuals weren't necessarily engaging in supported employment. Typically, individuals who are engaging in supported employment were, for lack of a better term, like the higher functioning individuals with disabilities and people with the most significant disabilities. They may have started the employment process through supported employment, but somewhere along the line, somebody said that person's not employable, or that person doesn't have the requisite skills to enter employment. So we were leaving a lot of people, kind of not doing much, or we would refer them back to these sheltered workshops. So, and Trish, if you can go to the next slide. So in the early 2000s, we started to play around with this idea of customized employment, of customizing jobs for people with disabilities. And this is when we first saw the first federal definition in the United States of customized employment. And basically what we did is we authorized the Office of Disability Employment Policy, authorized a RFP, or a request for proposals, for folks to start developing programs to support people with disabilities obtain jobs through a customized employment paradigm. So basically what happened after that RFP was announced, there were about 6 or 7 states or entities that got this funding to develop customized employment programs and figure out how to make it work within our systems. And so based off these early demonstration grants, we started to see that something was happening, meaning we were employing people with disabilities who traditionally weren't employed, and we were starting to see some outcomes in terms of supporting people with those significant disabilities. So fast forward to 2014, that's when we codified customized employment as a service in the Rehabilitation Act. So customized employment was added to the definition of supported employment, and now we can offer it in the United States as a service. So when I'm talking about services, we have a system that supports employment for people with disabilities through the Rehabilitation Act. And these systems, these government systems, pay for providers, what we call community rehabilitation providers, to deliver either supported employment or customized employment. And now, since 2014, we've been able to provide both supported employment and customized employment as a service for people with disabilities. So we can go to the next slide, Trish. So both services, and it's really important to think about these differences between the two services, but both services are designed for individuals who competitive employment or competitive and integrated employment has not historically occurred. So they really work off the assumption that we want to support people with disabilities who traditionally are left out of the game. But when we start looking at some of the nuances between supported employment and customized employment, we start to see some differences emerge. So supported employment uses, when we're starting to learn about a person's strengths, interests, and needs as they relate to employment, we typically use traditional vocational assessments and evaluations to figure out, what a person wants to do in terms of employment. And from a customized employment paradigm, we start to use the discovery process, which we've talked about a lot this morning. And Bindya and Sapna kind of explored the discovery process at the gateway. So the discovery really helps us learn about a job seeker's strengths and interests, and it's a no-fail approach. So I think this is an important distinction between our services here. Supported employment, oftentimes when we start to use standardized or traditional vocational assessments, For people with more significant disabilities, we can set it up so people will fail these assessments. And then what happens is professionals say, oh, that person's not employable. But if we move over to the customized employment kind of paradigm, which uses this discovery process, you can't fail it. So we're looking for ways to help a person obtain a job that is based on his or her strengths and interests, and we're not setting up systems where a person can fail. If we can go to the next slide, Trish. Supported employment uses traditional job development approaches to find vacancies. So typically what we're doing is we're going through and finding vacancies within businesses that are pre-existing. So we might fill out an application and apply for that job, or we might go out and talk to an employer and say, hey, are you hiring? And if they say yes, then we'll fill out an application for a specific position. Whereas customized employment develops strategies that align with the information you obtain during discovery, and we start to identify businesses that match the strengths and interests of the individual, and then we negotiate a job. So the way to think about a customized job is it didn't exist before we started to talk to the employer. We're starting to create these opportunities and these possibilities with businesses. We can go to the next slide, Trish. So I want to kind of explore some data that I've been collecting or looking at in the United States to just start to show you some of the differences that we're seeing in these two strategies, supported employment and customized employment. And once again, I want to reinforce that they're both effective strategies. Supported employment is a strategy that we've been using for a long time. We know it works, but unfortunately, we just oftentimes we leave people with more extensive support needs out of the equation. But I've been looking at some data over the past year or so. So in the United States, for those who enter into the rehabilitation system, states are required to collect data on what happens when they exit from that specific service. So we have this data set in the United States that researchers can access, and we can start to look at like what's happening in terms of jobs. And I think this is a really important piece to just highlight and really explore, because I fundamentally believe that people with disabilities can do more than what I'm going to show you. And I think customized employment is one way to get there. So when a person goes through the system, whether it's customized employment or supported employment, a vocational rehabilitation counselor at exit, so when they exit that service or they leave that service, marks where they worked. So in the United States, we use something called the Standard Occupational Classification System. And this system is a categorization of all the jobs that one can work at in the United States. I think it has 26 major categories and then a number of minor categories underneath that. So we can start to classify where people are working based on exit from service, right? And the government uses this data not just for disability, but for a whole host of different things, just to kind of get a pulse of what's happening in our economy. So I looked at all the data from 2017 to 2020. So this was a data set for those individuals that were receiving SE and customized employment. This was a data set of about 80,000 individuals. So it was a big, massive data set. So if you can see on here, basically, and this is supported employment and customized employment combined. So I combined the data set and I just said, where are these guys working? So here are where people work when they are receiving either SE or CE: food preparation, office work, and building and groundskeeping. So these three top jobs are where we're getting jobs for people with disabilities in the United States. And for those of you who came to the meeting on Wednesday, I talk about this idea of the F jobs that we refer to in the United States. So this is like fast food, flowers, and filing or filth, being a janitor or something, which I never want to diminish those jobs because they're very important jobs. But the fact that we're placing people only in these types of jobs suggest that perhaps there's some stereotypes about what people with disabilities can do in regard to work. So Tricia, if we can go to the next slide. Oh, that didn't turn out very well. So I also looked at the top jobs across years for the minor categories. And this once again reinforced what's happening. And I know that slide's a little bit wonky, but basically the top two categories are janitors and stock clerks who are stocking shelves. So a person who is receiving SE or CE, this is what they're doing when they exit the service. We go to the next slide. So this is where the data start to get a little bit interesting. So then I said, well, let's compare the two services and see what's happening in terms of placements for people with disabilities who are receiving SE or CE. Now, I'm not a statistician, but the person who helped me with these data, who is a statistician, said we have to be careful with what we're saying with some of these data because there was a very big disparity in terms of numbers of people receiving CE and numbers of people receiving SE. So there are a lot more people in the United States that receive supported employment than customized employment. So there's a little bit of a difference, but we found from the data that we did, we found a significant, statistically significant difference between the type of jobs that people with disabilities are receiving if they receive supported employment and if they receive customized employment. So the yellow bubble on this screen are jobs that receive customized employment, and the blue bubble are jobs that folks received using supported employment. So 78% of jobs that people with disabilities receive in terms of a supported employment, really fell within those top three categories. But we started to see some differences in the types of jobs that people with disabilities receiving customized employment received. So we started to see some dispersion in the data, and people with disabilities receiving CE started to engage in other types of employment. So they were engaged in construction, they were engaged in library services, social services, and sales and related services. And I really firmly believe that this is a result of the discovery process, because discovery really requires you to think outside of the box in terms of employment. So when you start really looking at the strengths, interests, and needs of an individual, and then you start to match those to employers, logically, you're going to start exploring different career opportunities for people with disabilities. We also found differences in wage. So people who were in supported employment were being paid around $10 an hour, $10.39 an hour, whereas people in customized employment were roughly around $14 an hour. And then hours worked that was a wash. People were working right around 20 hours a week who were receiving either supported employment and customized employment. Now, when you look at the wage, this wage data for people with disabilities, and you're thinking $10 an hour and $14 an hour, there's still some problems with this wage data, because when you look at the average wage of an individual who works in food preparation and service related industries in the United States, a person without a disability, that average wage is about $18 an hour. And so still people with disabilities are getting paid way below the average wage of somebody who's working in food or related services. And in fact, I think the average wage for people with supported employment and customized employment from this data set who are working in food and service related occupations was right around $9 an hour. So they're paid traditionally around $6 or $7 less an hour than a person without a disability. So there's still some problems at that level too, just in terms of how we pay people with disabilities. Go to the next slide. So why are we seeing this data? And I've spent a lot of time thinking about this and thinking about why here we have these programs that are amazing. We know they work, but why aren't we seeing the outcomes that we really want to see? These higher paying jobs, working more hours, the dispersion in the type of jobs that people with disabilities. And I think one of the things that we're struggling with is capacity, the capacity of folks who are providing the service. And this is why I've been so excited to spend time at the Gateway, because I really believe, I mean, Sapna's doing an amazing job of setting up a system that meets some form of fidelity to the process. And I think that's a really amazing thing that you all have going for you. I conducted a survey with my colleague from Virginia with employment specialists who are providing direct supports to people in customized employment. And we surveyed, I can't remember how many folks we did, a couple thousand employment specialists. And we found what was happening in terms of what people know about customized employment and what people are actually doing. That we found that the respondents, you know, can identify critical activities. They can say, yes, we need to engage in discovery. Yes, we need to engage in customized job development, or the components of those two strategies. But they said, we're not implementing it very well. And so there's a problem with implementation. And so I think this is something, as you all are setting up services here, is really be aware of that implementation piece, that we're following steps to fidelity so we can get those better outcomes. A lot of this research and a lot of this data that I've been playing around with has led my colleagues from Griffin Hammes and Associates and myself to really look at developing fidelity scales for providing customized employment to people with disabilities. So we've started the validation process of developing 2 fidelity scales, one for discovery, one for customized job development, that really examine, you know, these are the component pieces to delivery. And so as we're starting to customize employment service delivery, so as we're starting to so we can start to measure whether or not a person's following these steps that we know work for people with disabilities, and then hopefully we can correlate that to outcome. So that's the next line, that's the next progression, or the next line in our research, is to figure out like how
Tim,
Yeah.
1 minute.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Oh, okay. So where did you stop hearing me, so I can pick up where I left, where we started to get the glitches? Well, I'll work off this slide here. And so talking about implementation, what we know is that from an implementation piece, fidelity to the process is critical. And really that's the only way we're going to improve. Oh, you can't hear me. Hello, can you hear me now? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So I think what I understand is that we got to this, you could hear me up to this slide. Is that the case? Okay. Did you hear up to the point of how we did this study? Well, I'll just continue. Basically what we've learned and what we're learning is that fidelity to the process is very critical in terms of improving outcomes. So we're spending a lot of our time in the States right now thinking through that fidelity piece and figuring out how we can measure that fidelity to the process. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll just walk through the process here of customized employment, then we'll turn it over to Trish. So as I said earlier, that customized employment is a no-fail approach, and it's interconnected. It's an interconnected process that includes that discovery piece, the customized job development piece, and the ongoing support piece. Now, what we see happening, or what we've seen happening in the United States for folks who are implementing, is they're like, oh, we've done customized employment, we just did discovery, but they didn't connect discovery to customized job development. So it's really important that we think through, like, all these processes are connected. So it's all starts with discovery. During discovery, we identify strengths, interests, and needs. Then we develop a plan for customized job development. Then we identify and cultivate employment opportunities for a person with a disability. Then we start to get into employment training and supports, and we provide those on-the-job training and supports to people in those customized job. And then we just keep on going through this circle. And what we want to make sure we're doing with all employment is to make sure that there's opportunities to advance and work in different areas if that person so chooses to, or that they gravitate towards, simply because what happens sometimes with people with disabilities is once they get a job, they just end up doing the same tasks over and over and over again indefinitely. And while that might be a good strategy for some people, for others, that might become very mundane. And so it would be really important to start looking at other things that they can do within a business and working with businesses. So I think the work with businesses is never done. That we should really be engaging with businesses and really use this kind of business case idea in terms of supporting people within this customized employment framework. So with that said, I'm going to turn the time over to Trish to close out the presentation on how to build effective services.
Right, music teacher on the spot. Okay, he says he can hear now. Great, all right. I will carry on and try not to speak too fast to make up for lost time. That also tends to be my thing. So I want to just quickly talk about some of the really necessary values and then what maybe the structure can look like, and in terms of the type of people who do this work best versus who we've kind of been throwing into these positions. And then I really want to talk about community action teams. And the reason I'm so excited about it is because I hear it happening. I had a conversation with this incredible mom about the opportunities that she connected for her son in this space of like social capital and leveraging relationships. And that is so much what customized employment is about in terms of really getting those rich, unique, customized experiences. So I'm really excited to see where you go forward with this, because I know this is just the beginning for you all. So in terms of values, I just have a couple, dang it. Yeah, I need a Vanna, clearly. I can't do both things. And I do this a lot, so there will probably be a fling of sorts. Okay. Oh, I like that translation. I need a banana instead of a Vanna. I was referring to Vanna White in Wheel of Fortune. So banana sounds like that, I guess. So this is a quote from Dr. David Mink, who has been instrumental in the supported employment and employment first movement in the United States, and I think just globally. That this is kind of how it shifts, right? That you start from it's impossible to possible, from possible to it's beneficial to have people in the workforce, then from beneficial to allowed, allowed to preferred, preferred to expected, and then finally the same standard as everyone else, right? So there's kind of this progression. And I don't know that we're there, right, to that same standard piece, but I think this is just so beautifully put, and people can be along this spectrum, whether it's families, whether it's businesses, educators, professionals, right? We're all somewhere in here. And so I think recognizing that and you know, just helping people kind of move through is powerful. Next slide, please. So I think, you know, we've talked about zero exclusion. You've heard some of these terms, but I wanted to just connect them to what we're meaning. When we say everyone can work, that means everyone, zero exclusion. And, you know, discovery in the customized employment process is the way to get there. I will tell you, I have not figured it out for every single person I have spent time with. And for lots of reasons, right? Whether it's resources, you know, acute health kinds of issues that got in the way that, you know, somebody needed to focus on. Employment just wasn't the most important thing for that person. So when we say you can't fail discovery, that's true, but it doesn't mean that we always figure it out for every single person. We just have to keep trying, right? And build on the things that we learned. That's also goes for negative, like not so great experiences, and positive, right? Like if you hear that an internship didn't go well or meltdowns happened, all of those things are valuable in terms of learning and growing. We all have those, right? I think I got fired at least once in my early days for being late. Guess what? I'm still late all the time. But the point is that, you know, this is how we connect to everyone is ready right now. We find those ideal conditions. Where is this person at their best? So that those things that maybe seem like they're getting in the way are not the biggest deal. Having the right to work, I've heard that said a lot today, right? And that ability to be self-sufficient or contributing to their community, their family, whatever that looks like. Griffin Hammes has coined the phrase discovering personal genius. And I think, right, that's what we're all looking for, but it's recognizing that everybody has skills and assets and a way to contribute. So when we think about this from an economic development model, right, that impacts everybody, impacts the whole community. And then the piece that I really want to talk about again more today is this idea of social capital and how we use these connections. Next slide. Now I'm like going to use my computer. So these are some characteristics of organizations. And I think this can be a school, it can be a nonprofit, it can be parents, I mean, whatever it is, these are some of the things or the characteristics that are strong in organizations that have made customized employment work or are providing it long-term effectively. So being willing to take risks, sharing values that affect the service delivery. So regularly evaluating, are we getting to where we said we want to go? Examining ourselves, right? That kind of goes with that shared values piece and making sure that we're on course with that. Partnerships. Again, this level of partnering that you all do here is unmatched. I've never experienced it. So to me, it's so exciting to think about what's possible for customized employment. I've heard so much about the holistic view and focusing on children, individualizing services and supports, and then carrying that into the workplace. And that opportunity for always improving, right? Who else is doing this? How can we learn from them? Right? What's the phrase? When you know better, you do better, right? And then another key piece, and again, I've seen this so well here, is involving the staff with those organizational goals and decision-making. This impacts me. This is what I need. It's really difficult for us to get around to these job sites. How do we do this differently? How do, all of those things is what I have heard and wanting to support the people doing the work. So again, these values, I'm so encouraged by what I'm seeing. Next slide. I know, it's given out. So I think this is another piece, and this kind of goes along with some of those successful characteristics of an organization, but this is kind of getting more to the individual professional or person that's working with the supported employee or job seeker. So needing people to be visionary, creative, and flexible, needing somebody who's willing to build those relationships and support of the businesses and community leaders. We need people who have a business acumen, who can go in and talk with businesses, look at unmet needs, things that are not getting done, making proposals, and being confident about what the job seeker can contribute. Being comfortable with hands-on support, right? Being able to mentor people in the business as well as the job seeker, and being that model for how you support, how you encourage someone in the community. Investing in staff, right? So people getting access to training and support and mentoring and really embedding that into the culture. And then finally, that evaluation piece. So really, having the pieces in place that you're measuring. How long is it taking us to get to internships? How many experiences are people having before we really know where it makes sense to start thinking about employment for them? Are we looking at self-employment enough, or are we accessing all the resources and supports that we need to? Do we need to make our community bigger of people that we can contact, right? So these are all the things that we're looking for. And what I see, and again, I don't have as much of the international experience as Tim does, but in the work that I've done in several states in the US, as services are shifting from center-based to individualized jobs, we're not necessarily looking for different staff. These are caregivers, people who just want to help people. And these are different qualities, right? This is a person who is willing to talk to businesses, get out there and do things. And so I think just kind of recognizing there's a different set of skills that people need and we need to develop. And again, the caregiving is still necessary, but that can't be the primary goal when you're going in and trying to connect with businesses, if that makes sense. Next slide. So I think we've talked a lot about what customized employment is. One thing I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on is this notion of vocational themes. And the reason that we use this term, you can call it career clusters or whatever term you feel more comfortable with. But the idea behind vocational themes is that we're not thinking in job descriptions because those are limiting, right? When we're creating something, we're not trying to fill what exists. We want to be thinking broader. So in terms of an example, and I give lots when I'm mentoring people just as they're getting going. If somebody seems to have a real affinity for organization or keeping spaces tidy or whatever that is, organization is a theme that happens in lots and lots of places, right? So you're not limiting yourself to a job description of cleaning or janitorial or stocking, right? So it's this idea to help you think broader and then narrow it down as you get a little closer to the process. So if people have not heard that term, it can be a little weird. Like, what is this vocational theme you're talking about? And that's really what it is to try and open up those opportunities a little bit more. Next slide. So again, this is another graphic of the process. So starting at home, parents are the experts of knowing their children and what makes them tick and the things that have worked. And you are a teacher in all the things that you've already taught them, right? Making your bed, getting on the butt, whatever it is, parents know so much. And certainly in the US, we've not spent enough time talking to parents, right? We say, oh, we'll handle it. The professionals handle it. Go to school. We got it. And then, you get done with school and then there's nothing. So really valuing the contribution of the family, what their life is like at home, who's supporting them, who's important to them, and then moving through the different steps. And one needs to inform the other. So one thing that we really look for is if somebody's gone through discovery and we start listing places where it makes sense and none of them connect to what we learned about the person, about like what the family said, that they're really outgoing, they like to be around people. And then, we're looking at jobs that are in a back room, not socially, that's not connecting the dots. And so what I try to help people do is understand you're not just going through and checking boxes in a process or a form. You need to make sure these things connect. And so that, when Tim was talking about fidelity, that's what we look for. Are there at least 3 places that you've listed to develop a career that connect to this person's vocational themes or meet their ideal conditions of employment? So as I'm supporting people, I will read that in the narrative and say, I'm not sure, tell me more about why you chose this work experience or you did this activity. It doesn't really connect, or it really does. What did you learn? If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to, am I talking too fast? I'm sorry. So I think all of the things that we've heard today tells us that we have to do business differently, right? We have to leverage our relationships, our partnerships, and really think about what's possible. One of the things that came out of the studies that was done with the customized employment grants in the early 2000s was this customized employment competency model. If you haven't seen it, I'm happy to share it. It really goes through all of the characteristics of what it takes to be and to excel at customized employment. And the number one thing is that a person needed to have a positive and open approach to life. So, I mean, just thinking about that being the most important thing when you're working with somebody, I don't think it's everybody in this room, I think, has that, right? That's why you're here. It's why all of these wonderful organizations exist. But knowing that that is really the key characteristic of doing this work, I think is really, really important in terms of who you're looking to hire, right? So I think just kind of thinking about that is really, really crucial. Next slide. So how do we do this? How do we use our community differently? And there's actually a whole kind of structure and how-to guide that Griffin Hammes put together. I was mentored by Carrie for several years before he retired. I feel so fortunate. But he really helped me understand how to implement this community action team. And that's what I want to talk about today, and hopefully can be some of your next steps, whether it's a big community action team or even smaller around each job seeker. There's different layers that you can kind of work with and develop. Next slide. So social capital is not a unfamiliar term, right? We know that it has to do with our relationships, our networks, and how we help one another. The other piece that's so important is this idea of reciprocity, right? That it's, a lot of times in my experience, people that I've supported or people that have been in the service system are used to just getting, right? It's what we've got to meet your needs. What do you need? What do you need? And there's not the expectation of them contributing or having reciprocal relationships, whether that's giving gifts at Christmas, sending a card on a birthday, calling someone up that lost a loved one, whatever it is. We've not necessarily prioritized a person having that kind of reciprocal relationship with people for whatever reason, probably along the lines of low expectations or not understanding. But that's part of it, right? Is really contributing, having that genuine connection with people. And this is where we can kind of draw from that. What we also know is that people with more significant disabilities are often more isolated and don't have as much social capital. So this is where we are really depending on the networks of the person's family and their support system. And this is not charity, right? We're being really clear about what this person can contribute. So we want to do that work up front before we go saying, hey, can you please just give this kid a job? He needs a chance. We're all inclined to do that. I've done that before. And it's not necessarily a bad thing because people do need opportunities, but we want to be really clear about what their contributions are. So next slide. I'm sorry you're having to work so hard to get it to change. Now you're going to have to dance. So I love this quote by Robert Putnam: "The positive effects of social capital, people in relationships can reach goals that would have been far beyond the grasp of individuals in isolation." The notion of better together. Again, you are a perfect example of what that looks like. Certainly better than a lot of spaces that I'm in the United States. So we really start seeing how we can do for each other. Your experience that you shared with me today, sorry to put you on the spot. It's like, I couldn't come up with a better example. You just did it naturally, right? But you knew what your son could contribute, or you probably wouldn't have had that conversation. Thank you. So this is how we do it. This is the definition of a community action team. So it's this integrated learning community that can be made up of organizations, schools, people that are focusing on economic development opportunities, families, whoever. And then you come together through this common interest of applying customized employment planning. So the way it works is somebody goes through discovery, makes those initial steps, and then these community action teams come together and learn about these employees, these job seekers, and what they're interested in. How, this student seems to have an affinity for writing creative stories. Who do we know that does that for a living? Or where could we learn more about that? And you're leveraging all of the people in that community action team who know or could connect somebody with that opportunity. We are not asking for jobs, right? We are asking for advice, exposure, learning more, right? What does it take? What are the experiences this person needs? Next slide. So this is coming from after we work one-on-one with each job seeker, and then we bring them to this committee or this group. So you can do it at an organizational level. You guys could do it cross-organizationally. If you guys have different contacts or opportunities, but your students are, maybe not matching up, right? It's all about how you frame it and support each other, making sure that you're meeting both the business needs and the job seekers' needs, right? And then just having those warm handoffs. If it's your contact, you're making a call and saying, hey, I have a friend that's going to follow up with you that has an interest in writing, so they're expecting that call, right? And again, you're telling them, I'm not asking for a job. I just want your advice. And what can that person contribute to this opportunity? So again, we're doing some monthly checking in or opportunity seeking with this group, but the core discovery work is still happening with employment specialists, the folks in the school. Next slide. So really what it takes is, we are looking at our community differently and how we can all contribute, right? And we're getting that social capital by getting outside of our own circles and being willing to step in to other spaces and be willing to share some of your contacts. Again, because you're not asking for a favor, it makes sense. So we're spending more time with local businesses and less in segregated space. So we're building in those opportunities for informational interviews, learning more. If somebody gives you, an opportunity or a lead, making sure that's a priority. We're, using the discovery is very much a person-centered approach, right? It's just focused on more around employment and then the other pieces that a person needs. But it's, again, driven by the interests of the person, not the program. And I love this notion of that disability doesn't occur in a vacuum, but it's a part of a whole local community and economy. Tim said it so beautifully the other night that at any point, any of us can become part of the disability community, right? And thinking about it that way, that oftentimes what we do to benefit one employee with an accommodation or technology improves that space for everyone, right? The universal design pieces. And then of course, having that positive and open approach to life that I talked about. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit of valuation. And this is not my strong suit because I am the idea girl and I just love to do things and get going. And then I seem to connect with others like Tim that are like, well, what are you measuring? How do you know if it works? So make sure you have those people in your life. If you're like Trisha. So it really, you want to be evaluating and looking at those pieces, not just for like the mandatory things, right? But those feedback loops, those opportunities for people to connect and say, I'm really struggling with this here, or making sure that discovery activities are task-based. It's sometimes you need to do some fun things to get to know somebody and have them trust you, but ultimately want to know what some of these emerging tasks and skills are. And then having these monthly planning goals. And again, my experience is that I'm just seeing that. So a lot of the things that I'm talking about, I'm already seeing in place, which is so encouraging because it's often what I struggle with organizations in the US. I think this is my, I like this. I like making things that I could like print up and stick above my desk or stick somewhere, especially for providers who are newer to the service. And I want them to not do things that don't make sense. Wait, did I say that right? I don't want them doing things that don't make sense. So these kind of bold, this is a bad idea if it increases stigma, right? If you're doing that charity approach, reinforces stereotypes. So only looking at certain jobs or, every person with autism. If you've met one person with autism, you met one person with autism, right? That if it's not individualized, it doesn't mean that you're not exposing people to some common experiences, but we're not stopping there, right? And if it decreases the opportunity for community inclusion or how we develop those typical friendships. I know that doesn't happen on its own. We have to mentor, we have to be there to kind of foster those relationships. But if it doesn't exist at all, that's hard. I think I just have one more slide. I want to talk about Tony. This is a dear friend of mine who I've known since 2006, maybe longer. When I first started doing and understanding employment and the power of it, I met Tony. And Tony is somebody who uses a communication device. He needs a lot of physical support. He lives at home with his family. They have really accommodated his space. He has, wheelchair like lifts and tracks through his home, so it's accessible. He's very well supported, but also had really high expectations for himself and his family. So when I first met Tony, he lived in Salt Lake City, and he does his own like music reviews. He's kind of a foodie, movie reviews, like that was just something he did on his own on his blog. And so, we really struggled with finding a position for him with the level of involvement that he has. And we found this really nice theater that he worked in. And what we would do is they would send the schedule of the cinema to him the night before, and he would program it all in his talker. We had a little plaque on his sign that asked people to show him their ticket. And then he could direct them to which theater he was going in. He worked there for, I think that's a 10-year award. And then he moved to the warmer climate of Utah in St. George, which is like lovely year round. Don't blame him. And he struggled because he really loved this community and support that he had at this job. And it took him a while to make those connections and stuff in St. George. So I would go and I would visit, and we'd spend time in different spaces, and I'd read his blog about where he was spending time. So then we ended up going to this place called Bishop's Grill and creating a position for him as a seater, a greeter, and then coordinating the to-go orders. So they didn't necessarily have somebody doing that. He doesn't do it every day. I think he works 3 or 4 days a week. He has a very active social life too, but So that's him, and he's been there now for 5 years. He'll post getting big fat tips from people sometimes. Like, he genuinely has created the same kind of community and support at Bishop's that he did at the movie theater. He doesn't have a coach. He doesn't want a coach. He really has a way of connecting with his coworkers. He needs help getting his mouth wiped sometimes, or getting things out of his backpack. And that's just the culture that we created and found this environment that would support him. His mom would go for a while, but he just wasn't somebody who wanted to have that, what he called stigma of a job coach. So that's really where I wanted to end with a story about Tony. And you all have shared such wonderful stories that are equally, or if not more exciting, but right, this really does work for people if you take the time, get to know them, and make those connections. So thank you so much for being here and the opportunity.
No matter what stage of the process we're in, I think you've given us all something to think about. And when I think about these about, we're customizing, we're individualizing, but leveraging that power of community. I think in India, especially, community is something that we all have, right? So I think that interplay of both is something I think you can really take forward. Tim, thanks for all your anyway, resume. And showing us how it's worked in the state and what you've learned, because I think that you may have a different perspective here, but the idea of the different industries where we can put people to work rather than having those set, like carving them out, is also really imperative. Yeah, so thank you. And it's just been amazing to have you guys here this week and all the guys that we felt. We have a small activity in the basement. It is a chance for you to mull around the things that you've been hearing today, as well as for you to get a bit of this for you. So I have some
for collaboration. What we hope this would be, and that's what we would like one of the next steps to be. Hi, Tim. He can't hear. They
Here now.
Okay, great. That's what we would like the next step to be, where we come together and we each, as I was talking to different educators and parents here, each one of us has a different skill set and we can bring something different to the table. And so maybe if we start collaborating, we can build that stronger community and really make an inclusive workspace, which is something we'll actively look to doing. All right. So with that, let me open the floor up to questions. You have a mic there, Bin? All right. And I'll hand out this mic to the audience. And we have Tim joining us online. Thank you, Tim. Now, can I move? You see everyone?
No, it's fine. Thanks.
Can I move that side? Yeah. Yeah.
Second mic, in case you all have to pass.
All right. Questions.
No questions online. Just see what online questions. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm waiting. This is just typical wait time, so I'm giving you wait time as a teacher. But we're also checking online, and I have a list, so we'll definitely have questions. 2 questions online. You want to go with them first?
So there are 2 questions online. The first one is, would like to understand how Evoluer has been able to reach out to all the organizations you just mentioned and been able to place students there.
Ever heard of like a begging bowl? No, it has been exactly what you were talking about after the walkthrough, building, a network and a community. So it has been through parent leads. It has been through friends. It has been arm twisting relatives. It has been threatening neighbors. You have to be really deep and just go out there and keep in mind that what is the worst that could happen? They'll say no. But let me tell you, never heard the word no. You go in there with full conviction and you talk to the correct people. You do read up about the organization and take a little bit of feedback on how open they are. And it doesn't have to be through the CSR route, because that's not what necessarily works. What works is to work from top down. And if you convince the big bosses that yes, it's doable, and then they'll just send a message out to the ranks below, to the DNI or HR or training. And if it's coming from top down, it's pretty much a done thing. But be ready to provide all the support that is needed. It's a lifetime of support sometimes that is required. And just that, it's not rocket science. But be careful and realistic. Only send students and young people who are trained and ready for employment, because you don't want to misuse the opportunity and oh yeah, they are ready, so let's just send these people who are not ready. So just keep that in mind, because it has to be successful. You have to set up the students for success, and you have to be considerate toward the organizations who are being open and make it work. And you make it work in one organization and others in the same industry, more often than not will follow suit. So it's been one student at a time. So usually we have one student at an organization, no more, except for things like place like Microsoft we took on large. Otherwise it's one at a time, one placement at a time. Thank you.
said one person in every organization. So does that not increase work in terms of sensitizing the company, because those many more companies you go around and sensitize only one child. So is it not better to, since you've already set a process in one organization and you have more people work there?
If they want more people, sure. But sometimes they want to try out with just one and make a success out of that. And if you're lucky, we do circle back to them and say, are you ready for one more? But sometimes it's just one. And that's fine. It is a lot of work because that means following up and going to places and giving job coaches and reporting and all that. But that's how it is. You cannot do it in big batches, because supposing I have placed somebody with autism in one organization, the accommodations that they have made and the kind of sensitization I have provided based on the profile of that one student may not work for the other one. So especially in the case of people with intellectual disability or neurodiversity or autism, it has to be one person at a time. And I'll give you an example. When we were working with the Skill Council pre-COVID, and they wanted to try out a pilot program in the retail for person with intellectual disability and autism. And they said, yes, we are ready to partner and job coaches and and we'll do it with 100 people with intellectual disability. I said, sure. If you have 100 job coaches, I'll give you 100 people. They said, why do you need 100? I said, because everybody will need a different kind of support. It's not like, that's an overarching statement, but I'll still going to make it. It's not like if you have a whole team of people with vision impairment, you pretty much need the same accommodations for that, but it doesn't work. That person will need a visual schedule, that person will need no sound interruption, that person will need a quiet place, that person will need to be away from the chocolate counter, that person will need reminders after every 10 minutes. It's different accommodations. So one at a time works. Absolutely. It's a lot of work from our side, but you're making sure that the organizations are not overwhelmed with 2 or 3 radically different people. So
thank you.
Thank you.
This is a question for Yash Charitable Trust. You mentioned sexuality training. Could you tell us a little bit more? That's something that we are exploring here and new for us. Could you talk a little bit more about what it is?
So it's, did I say training? But it's actually workshops on sexuality and how to handle sexuality. So we do 2 different kinds. One is for the individuals themselves. So if it's a group of young people, males, for example, then we do a group session, and it's multiple sessions sometimes for the males, and then a different one for females. And then we do a 3rd one for parents, because for parents to sort of come to terms that their child is now growing and to accept the idea that they too have similar kinds of needs is sometimes very hard. That's been my experience of parents just shutting that door completely without really accepting and without really doing something positive for their children and for their young people. So we do it in kind of different batches, if you will, depending on the needs of the clients. And there are trained professionals that, as I said, they work as part of our Ask team who go out and do these workshops.
You have in-house professionals that do it?
Sorry?
Do you have in-house professionals?
We have in-house counseling, people who are professional counselors. Yeah. They're all volunteers with us, but we do it together.
All, or is it for?
It's open to anyone who wants it. You write in to ask, right, or call the number that we have for Ask, and then if you have a group of individuals who would be interested in having that, then just write in and then we fix it up for you.
Around skilling development and those areas, how much do you think will, if we train the kids with various abilities around sports and target, say, Paralympics and things like that. Is that a good avenue also to look at for many students?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
So, and this is my opinion only, and I'm sure some people will differ. Sports in, and I'm a trained adapted physical educator, so I'm coming from an area that has brought me a lot of angst when I was growing up. Sports in many places, especially in Indian schools and colleges, is more about competition and not about your physical development and not about your well-being and not about understanding how wonderful it is to be physically active. You know, it should be a lifelong thing. Keeping that in mind, preparing somebody purely for competitive sports, whether it's a Special Olympics or Paralympics, they are two very different things. You need absolute clarity on that. Paralympics is more competitive because it is, you do get medals for winning if you are competent enough. Is a great thing, but that shouldn't be the only pathway, because Paralympics gives you great confidence, absolute opportunity, and you can shine and all, but it only takes you so far where employment is concerned. So you need to pursue both the things. It's great to pursue a very niche skill, but it's also good to have a parallel, I don't have to go looking for assignment kind of a job. And I say that to all the parents, but like I said, it's my opinion that if your son or daughter is a great singer, that's what he's going to be. That's going to be his identity. But also try and follow a parallel path of employment where you're getting paid monthly without looking for assignments. So I'm a great artist. I truly believe it. I've never sold a single painting in my life. And when people say, what do? I still say I'm an artist, but I'm a teacher. That's what I do for a living. So, you know the difference between them. And Paralympics are great. Special Olympics are fantastic for building social circles, for traveling, for just being out there and shining, however momentarily it is. But then also keep the parallel track of having a lifetime employment and an organization that's going to look after you after the parents are not there. Keep that in mind as well, because these can be fleeting. Absolutely do it, but keep the larger picture open too, because more often than not, your journey ends after you get a medal, and then you can't sit on it and rest on that laurel for a long time. But like I said, that's my opinion.
When I have supported people who have a strong kind of interest or affinity around sports or know a lot of statistics, or I worked with a woman in Rhode Island who she would line up, she had helmets that matched who was playing that game day. She knew who was the star player. She knew their statistics. And she had this common interest with her family, and everybody kind of talked about that. So what we kind of leveraged that interest in was, where are other people really talking about sports a lot, or is that incorporated into the culture of the workspace? So she lived near University of Rhode Island. We went and talked to the events people. We were able to get her an internship around taking tickets, working with the team. And that was a really good fit for her because she could talk about it, be around it, those sorts of things. So I think taking some of those interests that people have and then finding, where is this part of the culture? Do they have an intramural team? Do they, do, I don't know, fantasy football or whatever? I'm using US terms, I apologize, but there's a way to incorporate it into conditions of employment and work culture if it's not something that somebody can do for a living. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one of our learners is very interested in fitness and sports. It's also his strength. So we were thinking about internship opportunities that would align around that. And fortunately, we happened to find Mickey Mehta, who's now training our learner to be able to conduct sessions with clients. And through this internship, we are also hoping for our learner to get opportunities to go around the community, to other schools, to other clubs, organizations, to conduct events with other clients, and maybe build like a database network through that. So far, the internship has been good. We've had hiccups in terms like the example I said earlier, like in spite of fitness being an interest and strength, there were certain skills that we had to build, like counting backwards from 10 to 1 while you're doing a countdown was difficult for the learner, or identifying body parts in English, because you normally have clients who are more comfortable speaking English. So we had to help our learner identify and state body parts in English. Would you like to add anything? Yeah.
But that was another way. That's to align the sports interests.
I just had another thought, and this is a question actually, because I don't know what the answer is, but just like the railways and banks and so on have quotas for sportsmen, I don't know anywhere whether it's documented whether they have quotas for para athletes. Is that what they're called?
No, they have not.
Okay. Well, whether we could advocate for it, which was, or special, I don't know, Special Olympics athletes, whether they have any quotas.
There are quotas for, as you know, PwDs and the SEBI, and these people keep coming out, but not for
Sports. There should be.
Nothing of that sort.
There should be.
The follow-on question or idea is about, the follow-on question idea is more about commercial success and, inclusion and visibility. One of the things I've been thinking about, like she associated this student with Mickey Mehta. So it's a big brand. So why not get associated with and create awareness at the same time, like getting involved most of our children's into, say, assignments like modeling and brand modeling, and bring him there out in public instead of hiding them somewhere where it happens at most of the places, and make it normal that disability is not so much to be hidden behind, but bring it out in front of everybody, and this is normal. And that's how this generation, or maybe few of us like older generation, will learn about it, accept it. People like me, when growing up, I can say it with confidence, I never observed any disability anywhere. Only after my son, I could say, okay, here is the disability. This could have a problem. But with myself growing up, I've never observed it. Either it was hidden or I was just blind. So I thought it's better to bring it forward.
For me personally, I would look at it like individual by individual. There are certain individuals who get anxious, like in big crowds, big spaces, and would prefer to work in a quieter environment or at the back end and not have community, like not interact with others. Taking this particular learner again as an example, we were very excited for this Mickey Mehta internship because it's very interest, strengths oriented. Just before the Mickey Mehta internship was Starbucks. Starbucks was customer facing. It's heavy footfall, meeting a lot of new people on a daily basis, having to interact with them, learning how to use the coffee machine and make beverages, learning how to warm the food up, and the oven is a very, very complicated oven. Like we struggle to do the task analysis for it. So, but in spite of this Mickey Mehta being more interest strength based, and then Starbucks really wasn't. One of our learnings was that the learner really loved the internship at Starbucks because the learner loved interacting with so many people. And towards the end of the Starbucks internship, he was out on the floor interacting with customers, asking them if they had a good experience, responding to their questions appropriately. And he is someone who isn't very fluent in English, who has speech clarity difficulty. But again, it is through these exposures that we get to understand that there may be strengths that are very evident, but interests and conditions are equally important. So it has to be individualized from person to person.
wanted to add something. Very interesting thing. This is as a parent. So the only way really that I could get my daughter a job, she was skilled at graphic design. She could use Photoshop, Illustrator, everything. So I asked a friend who had a graphic design studio, take her. So of course the friend wanted to oblige, and she went in there, but she was never really able to be given any work. She was just sitting there. And then comes along Big Bazaar, which honestly, I never in my wildest dreams thought that she would be a fit. What was her task? Here's somebody who can make logos and enjoys computers and everything. She loved being at Big Bazaar. People would come, throw all the shoes on the floor, and she would be picking them, matching them, making look nice. So I said, how come you love this? So she said, but I like to make things beautiful. So her aesthetic sense was better used here than sitting in a lonely office with no real work, meaningful work. And she asked to be there. So it was a very interesting thing as a parent that, we also have to reframe the way we see our kids. We think they may or may not enjoy this. This is not up there, but till they're in there, you really don't know.
We had one individual, 32-year-old individual, working with YCT for 3 years. And last week I took him for an interview with an employer, but the seats turned and he started asking the employer questions. Okay, what will be my salary? What do I do at overtime? What do I do this? It is also a lot to do with confidence of the person, that I'm here to take my own decisions and make my life the way I want to do. And the employer was surprised. The employer had, okay, acha ye question bhi hai, batao. Main ye jawab dunga. The conversation lasted for almost 2 hours, which was totally unexpected. They also spoke about their own goals. So the young man told the employer, now I'm going to work here for 2 years, then I'm going to get married. That's my goal. And we were like, okay, you have to change. But I think it's a lot of people who have confidence, who have seen how systems work, they are out there and open and talking about themselves.
So I have 2 questions actually. This is, for persons with disabilities who are, say, graduates, postgraduates. So one thing is that, see, the corporates, they do employ them, but we have heard from families that they employ them, but they give them mundane tasks. They are not allowed to do tasks which they might be capable of for whatever reasons. We don't know. We've heard from families. So I was just wondering if any of you have ever had this experience or conversation. So that was one of the things.
I have one young man working with a company, with a very popular company, since a few years now. He got through DNI, and he is just sitting on a chair, coming to office at 9, just because there should be no interaction with other staff. There is a pile of files kept in front of him. We have been trying to negotiate for him with the HR, but they are like, no. And the family is not very equally supportive. The family is like, salary aa raha hai, we are good to go. We do not want him to see anywhere else. The person himself at times feel frustrated, but then he's like, acha, salary to aa raha hai. So in situations like this, we really do not know what to do, because we have been trying to work with HR, we have been trying to work with their super bosses, didn't seem to work.
But just want to add to that is that for this particular young man, he's highly educated on the spectrum, but he sees and knows. We offered him other positions that came our way, which we thought would be definitely more of his interest and passion and so on. He looked at the money. I'm not going anywhere, because it was really about the money that he was earning there, and that's his choice. So he has to sit and look at files, and that's okay if that's what he chooses to do. I do that.
So since we've just started off the internship program this year for the Career Path program, it's been a deep learning curve for us in terms of identifying tasks at various industries, doing task analysis in various fields that our learners are working at. We have noticed, we've observed that in various settings that often learners have a lot of downtime. And for us, there are multiple reasons. One could be because the on-site mentor is working with a neurodiverse individual for the first time, so they don't know how much to push the learner or how to redirect the learner. The second thing could be because, again, they're working with neurodiverse individuals for the first time. They are unsure of giving them effective tasks. To give you an example, 2 of our learners who are interning at the food and beverage department started off with table arrangements, folding napkins, placing cutlery, etc. They got quite independent within a few days of internship because they've had experience in the past. So then the on-site mentor decided to get them involved with stock keeping. So when we went in for observations, we walked in to see our learners jotting down the expiry date of products and the name of the products onto a sheet of paper while one of the learners couldn't write. So it was just scribbles on the notepad. So then we had to, problem solve with the on-site mentor, understand what the rationale behind was. And ideally, they wanted the learners to arrange the products based on the expiry date, but they weren't sure if the learners knew to identify expiry dates, so they got them to write it down. So our learning is have more job coaches on site to ensure that the on-site mentors have support in terms of giving them, proper tasks. The other thing with Trish and Tim has helped us with is doing a job analysis. So you might, identify 4 or 5 essential tasks for our learner to do at the internship site, but also identify some non-essential tasks. So if they're done with their tasks, after their break, instead of getting a downtime, they're doing their non-essential tasks. So this has been our learning, and we are hiring more job coaches to ensure that our learners have better support at the internship site.
I'm talking from the perspective of somebody who has employed 7 people with a diagnosis. It's not easy. Once you start, and for me, and I'll be very candid about it, since I pay all these people, my entire day goes in thinking, are they worth it, right? I don't bother so much with my teaching staff as much as I focus on these 7. And I'm at it all the time. What is this person doing? It's in my head, right? So it's absolutely essential to get paid internships and jobs. It will change the way they will be given work. Sometimes it's easier to go to smaller organizations than larger organizations. I'm a very small organization. I have a fixed amount of income. Lots of it is going in these 7 people. I will make sure that they have enough work. I cannot afford to have them sitting down doing anything. If I was a larger multinational, wouldn't matter. I'm fully fulfilling my numbers. They're sitting there looking pretty. Everybody's very happy. Oh, we work for this organization that is inclusive, and end of story. But sometimes for smaller organizations, they will sit on the candidate's head. And then if you're really blessed, you'll have that one parent who would be at it. What is my daughter doing? What is a job role? You said she's in admin, but you're making her do data entry. Is she a data entry person, or is she looking after your admin work? And you know who I'm talking about. And going on and on and on. I bless these parents who will give you sleepless nights, because these are the kind of parents who will make you rethink that, am I really walking the talk? Am I really making sure this person is doing all that this person's potential is capable of? So sometimes it's easier to work with smaller organizations, make sure that they're getting paid, and because that really does change how you approach it. So it's not easy. It is not easy to keep them gainfully employed, because these young people will come and tell you, I finished, what do I do? I finished, what do I do? Finished, what do I do now? What do I do now? What do I do now? And I'm thinking, go and sit for 2 minutes. No, but I have to work. I'm here to work. I'm here to work. So it's super fun. Sleepless nights, uphill task. It's extremely engaging. It'll keep your mind ticking all the time. So be kind to people who've hired them. It's not easy. It's not easy to do justice to what you've promised them. And it's not easy to do justice financially to yourself, especially if you're a small organization. Yeah, so I think smaller organizations will make sure that they have enough work to do. We can't afford to have them sitting doing nothing. Yeah.
Can I add to the conversation? Can you all hear me? Yeah. I think one of the biggest issues that we see in terms of expectations of students with disabilities and what's happening is what we know in the United States happens with transition age students is one of the biggest predictors of success is post school is whether or not they had a job during school. And the reason why this is important is because oftentimes schools in the United States set up like internships, or we call them job samples, that don't necessarily represent the demands of real work. So these students go in and try this stuff out, but it's not really what you would do in work. And so when they get to a business setting to actually do the work, then they're like, they can't do any of the tasks because they've never had an opportunity to perform those specific job tasks. So the one thing that I'm always recommending to folks, at least in transition programs, those are for like 18 to 22-year-olds in the United States, is get a job before they leave school. That's one of the biggest predictors of success for students with disabilities, is because they're learning those really important skills, not only just work task skills, but social skills and learning how to interact with businesses and other employees and so on and so forth. So that paid work is so important.
So what you mentioned, a point I'd like to add is self-advocacy. You know, the young man who's at the Big 8 accounting firm, when he first went in, they tried to treat him as decorative. You know, it was frankly done, as Shalu ma'am said, you have to go top down. So that got him the job. But I don't think the others realized the extent of his capability. And as a job coach, it was my job to make sure they knew. So he started saying every day, making a task list. And he would go and ask everybody, okay, what's the task I have to do? What is the task I have to do? Made a task list. And by evening, he would tick mark everything. And then I just told him, you know, we've done in business communications a nice email. So you just email it to the person that you report to, that, you know, I hope this finds you well. I've had a great day at work. It was a scripted thing, but these are the tasks I've done. The minute everybody realized that he was emailing the person that he's reporting to, the task list became, you know, aligned with his capability. And he's really, really good at Excel. And he wants more work, not less. Another interesting thing, he's autistic. Initially, he deeply feared going to work because he did not want to interact with colleagues. It was his pain point. So we made sure his desk was a little away. And, you know, we, in our coaching with the company, we said, please don't misunderstand. This is how he is. This is part and parcel of his neurodiversity, that he's a little thing. And of course, he had been coached on greeting and meeting, but beyond that, he would not be interested in engaging in the chit chat and, you know, the whatever, the idle talk. But 2 weeks into the job, he said to me, can I take a packet of banana chips and offer it at lunch? I said, of course you can. And banana chips is comes from South India where he lives. I mean, that's his, you know, place of where he grew up initially. Take it. And before you know it, he's actually sitting with them and eating with them. And his own family is like astounded. that, he's able to engage so well and, be social. So it was an interesting experience how banana chips did the trick.
Nicholas, I think you wanted to add something. Yeah, she wants. You, okay.
So based on your question, like just because I've been on the field for the last couple of months, one of the reasons which I feel that the employers give a mundane task is, they don't understand the whole picture completely. And I feel they try to play safe, because usually in movies also we see, whenever there's an unidentified stuff and where we have less knowledge about or less understanding about, you always play it safe. And that's one of the reasons why they keep things at hand. And also because I've made a commitment or given a word to so and so person, because I don't want to spoil that relationship or look bad in their books, I try to sustain it somehow or the other. And if it's not constantly being monitored, they don't know what's happening. But then that's what ends up happening, because like they're afraid, how should I approach it? And I think that's where we all come in, like the more the more you can do. So the more we educate them and let them know about different things is where they would be able to not give those mundane tasks only.
I just want to share a learning for us at YCT, which I think is important for all of us. So pre-COVID, this young man had an internship with Thomson Reuters. He's somebody who's done his BCom degree and is in accounts. We discovered somewhere during COVID, I think it was, that we could offer him a position. So we did. It's a part-time position in the accounts department. He's been working for us for a couple of months, a couple of years actually now. Wonderful young man, very interesting and fun to be around, and we miss him when he's not at work. Thomson Reuters called the parent back. Maybe it was 2 or 3 months ago, and said, we'd like to offer him the position again. So this young man, I'm going to call him Sam. Sam was told about this. Mom was extremely ecstatic about it because it was going to be full-time, blah, blah, blah. He was going to earn a couple of thousand more than what he currently earns, yada, yada. The young man turned around and said, no, I'm not leaving. And so it was an eye-opener for us for the simple reason is that our guys do have their own ideas, their own opinions. I want to say that what's working for him is that this is a safe environment for him. He feels success. Whereas in Thomson Reuters, he was one of many. So I think the important lesson for us that we learned, we're very happy that he decided to stay back, even though it's $4,000 less than what he would have earned. But the point is that we needed to step back. The parent had to step back, which was very hard for her, and allow him his space. And now he's sort of just blooming. So again, the lesson is, allow them and give them the opportunity to be and voice who they are. It's really, really important.
So it's really fantastic to hear each and every one, because they've all been different perspectives. I just wanted to add one thing here, is because I feel the word gets missed out, and to acknowledge the reality that there are stereotypes also. And there are companies where we might send them where they have stereotypes about persons with disabilities. And that's also a reality, because we've had so many positive stories about understanding the employer's perspective and the other side too. And I really want to, a very direct parallel for me is, to stereotypes of employers, previously gender stereotypes, and maybe prevailing also, but it's always been awareness of rights and self-advocacy, which has driven it ahead for everyone. And that's what I'm hearing in all the individual stories too. It's been so for breaking gender stereotypes, and same for here. Sorry.
questions are given to me in different format. Beverly, has there been a time, and actually this is for anybody, but it's directed to you. Has there been a time when any of your students has been asked to quit their job? And what are the reasons and how did you work with the student?
Of course, they have been not quit, but they've been asked to leave because Jabir, for example, his restaurant shut down. So he had to obviously find another job. There have been instances where the employer has moved to another city. They've asked the candidate to move along with them as well, but that couldn't happen. Many instances, of course. So we retrain them, we get them back to the organization, retrain them in the same field that they were working because they've shown interest in that area before, and then find another opportunity for them and make sure we continue again the entire on-job training, sensitization, follow-up, and being consistent about it. And also to address your question about not giving them enough of work to do, I think we need to talk to employers about how it makes business sense, because you have one person who is so conscientious, like the person with disabilities, who will not differ from the process and who will be so focused on his role, as opposed to regular people like us who only think of shortcuts. How am I going to finish early? How am I going to leave early? What am I going to do? So you need to tell them that you need to hire more people with disabilities to be more productive, and then they will see the light.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Me first. I just want to give a non-example, guys, because this really broke my heart. So we have this young man who came to us about maybe 5 years ago. He was working in a well-known hotel chain. He was sexually abused. Parent is still in court trying to get some justice for her child, for her son. Subsequent to that, he was placed by an NGO in the city and another NGO in the city. And this young man, I don't know how much counseling he availed of post the abuse, but he obviously still had some remnants of post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, when he was in this NGO that he was employed in, he was sitting there, somebody came from the back and I think tapped him or touched him on the back, and he just lashed out. Now, this was a result of his experiences earlier. Now, what didn't happen was for the NGO that he was employed in and the NGO that had placed him there to have that connect. And the reason I'm saying this is that we do need to ensure that we constantly keep the channels of communication open. This really broke my heart. And then the parent came to us, and of course, we love the young man. He's a fantastic worker. He's employed with us, works 40 hours a week. But it was sad that he had to go through all of this for something that could have been fixed right then. I just wanted to share that.
There have been times when internships haven't converted into jobs, and that's okay. So long as the organization is very upfront that we're going to give an internship, and that's all our policies and systems and protocols allows us. There have been times when the organization was pretty sure that the internship is going to convert into a job and didn't. As somebody who is the go-between, I always try and respect whatever reason the organization has not to hire. Yeah, it's not always a good idea to push something too much, right? We are trying for it to be a sustainable situation where it makes business sense on a long-term role. Sometimes when you really push and say, nahi, le lo, and all that happens, it's not going to last for too long, and it's going to shut the doors for other people. They'll say, let's not do this anymore. Yeah, so it's a balance. So what we need to be, what I'm careful about is promising only what I can deliver. That yes, we can only offer internships. I cannot promise a job. It's for the organization to decide. But we've never had an incident where something unjustified or irrational or judgmental has triggered off somebody being asked to not come. That's 100% a surety. Yeah.
Thank you. We're well over time, so I'm going to wrap up. But we have chai outside, coffee, tea. We can get you black coffee. We can get you black tea too. There's hot water. So feel free to continue the conversations. Let this not end here, and let this not end. Definitely let this not be the stop. It's been so inspiring. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everybody here, for giving your time. Thank you, everybody online, to all of you here. We hope to create a forum, to create a platform where we can continue collaborating, continue sharing these, because we're such a small community, all working towards the same goal. What we plan to do is we will share, as we said, all the presentations. We will share, with your permission, your contact information, definitely email IDs. We will also share a sign-up sheet. We hope to create, we know that everybody's on too many WhatsApp groups. We promise that you will not be bombarded with too much information, but we hope that this would be one platform where, there's a conference coming up that I just shared with a few people. So as and when things come up, that we can start sharing and we can start creating the forum, and we hope this will be one of many. So look out for that email, and please do sign up if this is an area of interest to you. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you. I'm back here. I don't know what to do with this camera. Sorry, it's a tracking camera. So thank you. I know it's been a long day and I know we've been over time, but we have refreshments. We'll keep you plied. We'll keep you happy here so that you can sustain these long days. So thank you so much. Thank you.